Got it, Richard. I'm gonna finish up with Reagan here real quick. Good evening, folks. This is MemphisWeather.net meteorologist Eric Procius, and just giving you a quick update. We're going to get started here at top of the hour, so give us 2 minutes, and we will be back with you to cover these storms throughout the evening. Be back in a few. All right, good evening, folks. Once again, this is MemphisWeather.net coming live on YouTube for you tonight, and our intention is to carry this right through this severe weather event this evening. We'll be with you for the next few hours, plus or minus, and planning to continue to give you updates as we go through storm by storm and talk about the scenario we've got for tonight, what you can expect when, and just kind of keep you posted as we go through the evening hours tonight. I've got with me MemphisWeather.net meteorologist Richard Hosney is on. Also, we have three of our fabulous interns from Mississippi State University. Gracie, Lorian, and Reagan are all on this evening as well. They're going to be helping to make sure the social media feeds are all fresh, collecting your reports and updates, answering your questions, and we'll be handling the live stream here tonight on YouTube. So it's an all hands on deck. We're ready to take this event on, and we're, of course, hoping for the best as we go through this. It is a little bit of a delicate situation tonight, and so first want to lay the groundwork for that so that you know what to expect in some of the timing, and then we're going to discuss a little bit more about what you can do to make sure you're prepared here. You've got just a little bit of time left to finish up those preparations, and so we will dive right in then and get started here by taking a look at the current radar, and I'll talk you through a little bit about what we're seeing here. And let me just acclimate my mouse just a little bit to the screen, make sure I've got full control. Here we go. All right. So starting off in the lower right-hand corner, there is a tornado watch in effect right now until 11 p.m. that covers everything north of the Tennessee-Mississippi line, extending west into Arkansas. In our metro coverage area, that includes Tipton County, Fayette County, Memphis and Shelby County, and Crittenden County. It does not currently include North Mississippi, but I expect that will change as the evening progresses. So a tornado watch in effect until 11 p.m., and we will be discussing timelines, but with that watch going to 11 p.m., I do suspect, based on what our timing is for the storms, that could be extended just a little bit for those areas currently under the watch. I also expect it to be extended further south because the storms will not miss Mississippi. Radar right now, just after 8 o'clock, is showing what was a set of individual cells. I'm going to loop this back a little bit here, and you can see that we basically had some supercell storms up there in North Mississippi or Northeast Arkansas and Southern Missouri. Those have now kind of coalesced, or what we call grown upscale into more of a line of storms with some bowing portions where The line is starting to bow out just a little bit, or take on a more of a hazardous wind threat. We've seen a lot of hail reports out of these storms. We've had a couple of tornado reports as well. We've seen hail as big as 2 to 3 inches over northeast Arkansas, even down as far as the Jonesboro area, 1 to 2 inch hail down in that area, and a lot of wind along this line as well. You can see now that this line is advancing to the east fairly quickly. So we now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Tipton County. That's western Tipton County, roughly west of Highway 51 corridor. It's just west of Covington, western Tipton County. And that, I believe, extends until 8:30. I'm going to double check that. And then we also have embedded within that line a couple of circulations that have prompted tornado warnings. So one of them, and I'm going to pause this radar here at the end of this loop, is near the Harrisburg area, which is west of Marktree, west of Crittenden County. Those storms are moving towards Tipton County. That's purple polygon that you see there is for a tornado warning because of a visual sighting of a tornado in the Harrisburg area. That storm is now severe thunderstorm warned as it moves off towards Tipton County. So at the current time, not seeing enough rotation on that storm to justify continuing that tornado warning to the east. But all of this is going to be moving to the east. And we're also seeing to the south of that additional storms building back to the southwest. And that extends back. Little Rock is basically down here in the southwestern portion of the screen. So this is extending back from northeast Arkansas now back towards the Little Rock area. I'll put it in motion one more time here as we watch it move through. But those storms are going to continue to build to the southwest and fill in as they're moving towards the Memphis metro. So a lot of this line that's already established is going to be passing through the northern portions of West Tennessee down to about Tipton County. The stronger part of these storms do look like they're headed for Tipton County here in the next 30, 45 minutes or so. The rest of the metro is going to be a little bit later than those storms because we're waiting on the storms back to the west to move to the east. So I've had a couple of questions about timing of these storms and why do we have such a broad range of time between 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. for the most likely impacts to the metro. Well, we cover an area that includes everything from Covington up in the north down towards almost down to Como in the south, south of Senatobia. This line moving from west to east and kind of angled from northeast to southwest means areas up here around Tipton County obviously are going to see this line of storms here very shortly, and it's just after 8 o'clock. Areas down to the south, Tunica, Tate County, Marshall County, you guys are likely not going to see these storms for a few more hours yet. And so it is going to take until about 1 a.m. or so before this line completely clears all of our 8-county coverage area, which again extends from Tipton County down to Tate County. For the Memphis metro specifically, Shelby County, Memphis area, we have about another hour or so. These initial storms up to the north look to be passing by just to the north of Shelby County. We will be waiting for the storms to the west to be moving in, but I expect after 9 o'clock that we are going to start to see some impact from these storms in Crittenden County coming in from the west, moving across Memphis and Shelby County after 10, 11 o'clock or so, and then continuing off to the east through about midnight. So we're going to put the time frame for Memphis and Shelby County for severe storms to be moving through between 9 p.m. and midnight. We will hopefully be able to narrow that range even more a little bit as these storms get closer. But you have roughly 45 minutes or so, or a little bit longer than that if you're further south, to complete your severe weather safety action plan and make sure you're ready. You need to be prepared for strong straight line winds, for large hail, and for the potential for tornadoes to spin up even in this line. Even though the line is kind of come together from individual cells, which had a much higher tornado threat than a line does, we have plenty of spin in the atmosphere. There is a good deal of instability in the air, enough to be able to sustain these storms and to produce the potential for rotation in the storms. And so we could see rotation in this line pop up on very short notice. When severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for your area tonight, I want you to treat those as if they are tornado warnings. At the least, if you get 70-mile-an-hour winds and driving hail, you want to be away from windows anyway. If a tornado were to pop up, it would probably be on short notice, and you need to be prepared for that and not have to figure out at that time what it is you're going to do. So severe thunderstorm warnings are expected. Tornado warnings are possible. And with that, before we kind of dig into the radar a little bit more, I'm going to turn it over to Richard and let him talk to you just for a little bit about how you need to be finalizing your plans for the next 3 or 4 hours. And Richard, you may be muted.
There we go. Is that better?
All good.
Okay. So we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in the area right now, and those are all moving to the east. Like Eric said, we do have a tornado watch in effect until 11 p.m. You need to prepare now for the event that's going to move through. You can go to ready.gov and use your preparedness links there. By the way, we have our own severe weather alerting app, Stormwatch Plus, and the app is free. Let's see, here we go. So the app is free, and we do have subscriptions where you can buy 1 month of alerts or up to 1 year of alerts. And those are wake me up type of alerts for the severe thunderstorm warnings and for the tornado warnings. To get this app, you can go to stormwatchplus.com and sign up for that. You can also use the QR code listed here. And that QR code will take you directly to stormwatchplus.com. And then from there, you can download it, whether you're iOS or Android. You can get up to 5 locations plus en route. And an en route is a feature that will follow you if you're actively traveling. It'll figure out where you're at. And if you're driving into a tornado warning, it will alert you. If you're driving into any type of weather, it will send you the alert. You can download Stormwatch Plus for free, and the monthly subscription is $1.09 per month, and for a yearly subscription is $9.99 per year. Stormwatch Plus is created by us, Eric and myself, and we do have very specific alerts for Stormwatch Plus. This doesn't cover the entire county. This is for your specific locations. Again, up to 5 locations plus en route will allow you to get those warnings instantly. Eric uses it. I use it. We're users of our own product. We're continually improving. So you can download that anytime you want. And we would encourage you to have multiple ways to get severe weather information, Stormwatch Plus being one of those ways. We would highly recommend, because I'm actually getting alerts before the alerts that are sent to my phone from the National Weather Service. So it's actually quite quick in getting those alerts to me. And if you have severe weather moving into your area, just be aware that you need to, again, you can prepare by going to ready.gov and reading the instructions there. If you're in areas where there are severe weather coming in, be sure to get to the lowest level of your house, an interior room away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Obviously, if you have a basement or a storm shelter, go into that. If you don't have access to any of that, you can go to findmytornadoshelter.com, look up the map there, and you can find area storm shelters. And if you don't have access to that, if nothing's around, it might be a good night to go stay with family and friends, family or friends that have a sturdier built house, possibly a basement or a storm shelter access to those.
Great, thanks, Richard. So let's take a little bit closer look then at what we've got going on right now, because I mentioned that the storm we were talking about over near the Harrisburg area went to a severe warned storm, and since I said that, it is now a tornado warned storm again. We have a Just checking the feed here. It looks like there is a train spotter in the area of Bay Village in Arkansas that says that there was a tornado in that storm. It is kind of lifting, but it is definitely producing rotation. And we can see that rotation. If I switch this over to 2 panels, we should be able to take a look at the area just to the west of Marked Tree right now. There is a hook echo on the western side of Marked Tree. These storms are moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. And so that tornado warning is going to cover areas north of Crittenden County, but it also just barely clips the far western portion of Tipton County. So technically, a portion of Tipton County is included. It's right along the river, though. This is not areas over, say, near Drummond's, Atoka, Covington. For right now, y'all are right on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning, but you're going to want to keep a close eye on this storm because it could continue to cycle between just strong winds and then some rotation as well. So let's switch this one more time back, take a look at the wind signature. And right at the very moment, I'm not seeing any real strong low level signature. There's a little bit going on right just to the west of Marked Tree. We're looking basically for kind of reds and greens adjacent to each other with the radar off to the east. We're looking to the west towards this storm. So we would be looking for reds on the north side of the circulation and greens on the south side. So we're looking for reds on top of greens in this particular setup. I don't really see too much reds, but there is weaker greens and brighter greens. So there's a little bit of rotation in that area right about where that little hook and echo is, or that appendage just to the west of Marked Tree. So definitely want to keep an eye on that system as it moves to the east, or that storm. It does look like the leading edge of that storm is about 20 miles or so west of the Highway 51 corridor, and moving at 45 miles an hour. That puts the leading edge of the storm there right through the central portion of Tipton County at about 8:45, another 30 minutes or so from now. So that storm is going to continue to push off to the east. And we'll see what that produces as it comes in. But if you are in, especially the western portions of Tipton County, you're within 30 minutes of receiving the leading edge of the storm, and you need to be keeping a close eye on it and have that safe place ready just in case that tornado continues to cycle and they issue another tornado warning that gets further into Tipton County. I was just got a feed with the Weather Service as well, just making sure we don't have any new information there. So that is the storm of concern right now. The rest of these storms up through Blytheville are going to be moving off to the north of our coverage area up in Lauderdale County towards Ripley and Halls. Dyersburg about to get storms up there as well. We can take a look back. They're about to move into Union City. So all of these areas ahead of this line are going to be seeing that line of storms here in the next 30 minutes to an hour. We'll continue to watch the storms back to the west as they move towards the Memphis area. So we are keeping our social media feeds updated as well. We'll continue to post radar updates there at least every 30 minutes for right now, and probably pick up the pace on that as we get these storms in a little bit closer to Memphis and Shelby County, and the warnings that we probably expect moving into the metro. We'll pick up the pace there on those radar updates as well. But that is the situation for now. I'm going to take a quick look here and pull this up. We'll go a little bit. Some of you are tuning in because you're weather nerds and you just really like to see all of the information we've got to show with regards to the weather forecasting information and everything. So I thought I would pull up a couple of those tools while we have a minute here before those storms really get close by. And we're going to take a look at the HRRR model, which is when we get into the very short-term forecasting regime, less than 24 hours or so, we like to see what the future radar looks like from the HRRR model. It generally does a pretty good job, especially with fairly organized storms. And so we've got Memphis here in the center of the screen. And this is the initialization of the radar. So basically 7 o'clock was when this model initialized. We're at 8 o'clock now. And so this is what it projected the radar would look like at 8 o'clock. And you see those line of storms through the Missouri Boot Heel stretching down to just northwest of Memphis, basically west of Tipton County. And then a few little storms starting to pop up to the southwest of that. And it looks like those are actually popping a little bit faster than what this model has. But overall, it's got a pretty good handle here, at least initially. Let's take a look at how this works through the next few hours. And I'm looking at this particular run for the first time with you guys. So let's see how this works. Looks like it's taking that squall line and pushing it fairly quickly across northwest Tennessee over the next hour. Storms building down into Tipton County. This is the 9 p.m. Look at the future radar, and it's got those storms over Tipton County and trailing back a little bit. We start to see a little bit more development back to the west, and this is 10 p.m. And now you see that line with some very intense echoes stretching all the way down from the Kentucky Lake area back down through north of I-40. This is Jackson, Tennessee right here. So it's basically just paralleling I-40 just to the north, still across Tipton County, moving down into northern Shelby County, and also storms building back to the southwest here over the delta of Arkansas, moving into northwest Mississippi. This is 11 p.m. The line has dropped just south of I-40. So as these storms are moving to the east, we're also seeing the line kind of sink to the south. So it's kind of a general southeastward motion, although the storms are moving to the east. But you see the storms over Shelby County here, actually moving into southern Shelby County by 11 p.m. And then by midnight, it looks like some of that starts to die off down in Mississippi. But we continue to see that line kind of pushing off to the east by midnight of the Memphis metro. So this does still line up pretty well with our timing of what we've been calling for today, which is between 8 and 1, with Memphis having a little more impact between 9 and midnight. And again, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 12 o'clock before that line pushes off to the south and off to the east. So timing looks pretty good. And those storms do look like they're going to be pretty robust as they move in. Take a quick look at the latest analysis from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, this is really getting into the weeds. So if you really like to get down into the weather nerdy stuff, we're going to go there just for a minute, and then we're going to catch everybody back up by going back to the radar and seeing what's actually going on. But this is a look at the instability in the atmosphere. So we talk about storm fuel a lot. The unstable air that causes these storms, once they form, to continue to rise and continue to get stronger. And the more unstable the air is, the stronger the winds the updrafts are in the storms, which makes those storms more severe. We got up to close to 80 degrees today. The dew points are running in the mid 60s. That is basically ideal conditions for unstable air. And we can see that there's a fairly strong signal for unstable air. These are CAPE values, which is convective available potential energy. Basically just means how unstable is the air, and anything above 1,000 is certainly enough to sustain storms. And when you start talking about 2,000 plus, you're getting into an area where severe storms can exist. And right now it is showing the Memphis area with about 2,000 CAPE, which is more than sufficient to keep these storms going. They're not going to fall apart as they come in, unless it's just individual storm interactions. You know, one storm does not maintain typically for hours and hours. It updrafts, it falls apart, a new storm forms, and you continue to get the regeneration. So we're going to see that happening in this strong, unstable environment. There is plenty of shear as well in the atmosphere. This is a look at what the atmospheric shear looks like. And shear is basically turning of the winds or changes in the wind with height and with direction and speed. So the more shear you have, the more that those updrafts that are created by the thunderstorms are able to maintain themselves as well. Higher shear typically results in stronger storms. Values up here in West Tennessee and North Mississippi are around 50 knots. That is way, way more than enough to maintain storms as well. And then we'll take one last look at a couple of other little parameters that some of you might be interested in looking at. For example, the STP. This is the significant tornado parameter, and values are of 1 or 2 are on the very low end, so supportive of the potential for a quick spin up tornado. But the higher that number goes, the better chance you have of getting stronger tornadoes. And it doesn't mean you will have tornadoes. It just means if the other conditions are ripe, there is enough spin in the atmosphere to create these tornadic conditions. And right now over Memphis, those values are around 3. And we actually expect with the low level jet increasing this evening that those might increase just a little bit more as these storms move in the next couple of hours. So we have also sufficient significant tornado potential to be able to create an atmosphere capable of producing tornadoes. Does not mean we will get one, but these storms, as we've been talking about, definitely have the ingredients necessary to produce a tornado. And we've seen a couple of at least smaller tornadoes that have formed and been reported along this line. So just some of the things to keep an eye on as we go into the evening. This is not crying wolf scenario. We're definitely looking at the potential, and you need to be prepared for that type of activity. Richard, I'm going to let you go into a little bit more on the storm that we've got here moving into Tipton County.
So Ryan does thank you for the nerdy stuff.
Hey, nerds unite. We're all out here with you, Ryan.
So we are continuing to watch this storm. Mainly have turned this off, actually. Let me get this going. So I'm just full disclosure, I'm kind of running things on the back end here. So if I seem a little hesitant with things, that's why. So
we don't do too many of these, Richard. It's good. You're doing a good production job. Thanks.
And I'm a little rusty as well. So so we are watching an area just to the west of Tipton County, currently right now in let's see, this is Mississippi County, so southern Mississippi County, Arkansas, and it is moving to the east. There is a tornado warning out for this storm. The possible tornado warned storm moving east at 40 miles per hour. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail or 1.5-inch hail is possible. This does include the far western portion of Tipton County. And take a look at the radar now. Current area of rotation is just now to the south and east of Mark Tree along Highway 63. It does look like it's going to move towards the Joyner area here in the next little bit, probably in the next 20 minutes or so, and then finally reach the river in about 30 minutes. And current time is 8:25, so 20 minutes. So about 8:45, it should arrive in Joyner, and about 8:55, it should start moving towards the river. National Weather Service not extending this warning out just yet. They're going to wait to see what it is actually doing. If we zoom out a little bit, you can see this line basically extends from Union City, Tennessee, down through just east of Crothersville, almost to Dyersburg at this point, just east of Blytheville. Tomato. Didn't know there was a community called Tomato. And down towards Mark Tree. And then from there, it moves back to the west and all the way back to Augusta, Bald Knob, those areas. And it does appear that there is a little bit of a outflow coming off of these storms, moving to the southeast, outflow moving through Cherry Valley right now. That would kind of diminish the threat just a little bit for these particular storms. But obviously the heaviest storm right now is just near Mark Tree and moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Looking at the Weather Service information here, there is possible. I'm trying to look at this storm here. It does look like there's a lowering associated with this storm. Possible tornado. We do have golf ball size hail reported just south of Mark Tree, and that was reported at 25 after, so about 2 minutes ago. They did report golf ball size hail. Take a look at that hail product right now. Yeah, that does show that there is some hail potential over Mark Tree, and that will be moving to the east as this hail moves east. Let's zoom out. Let's go back out, way far out, and put this on a loop. And you can see all of these storms, the stronger storms, definitely moving across northeast Arkansas into northwest Tennessee, the Dyersburg, Crothersville, Missouri area. And this storm on the south end has been the strongest storm so far. These white boxes on the on these southern cells are actually significant weather advisory. So there's below severe weather criteria. And those are moving east at about 40 miles per hour as well. Looking for penny size hail, so maybe 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts with these storms at the moment as they begin to move into Forest City area. Still outside the metro, but we are watching them. Those will eventually get here. Current time is right around 8:30, so we're expecting those storms to get in closer to 9, 10 o'clock. Take a look at that on another screen. So we could see those storms start to move in about an hour and a half into the southern Crittenden County area. But these storms to our north that are moving into Tipton County, that's what's really prompted us to start this severe weather coverage, because Tipton County is in our area, is in the metro area that we cover.
So a couple things I'll interject here, Richard. One is we've got some folks. One comment in particular here that says there's a lot of lightning visible from Midtown Memphis. So after dark, yes, certainly with actually not too much cloud cover out ahead of these storms. Lightning is visible 70, 80 miles away. And so you are seeing the lightning from these storms that are still quite a ways away. But that's not something that's imminent for Midtown. You just happen to be seeing these storms at a distance. It is definitely not heat lightning. That is not a thing. And so heat lightning is typically what one would call in the summertime. When you see the lightning, you hear no thunder, and it's just because you can see that lightning at a long distance away. The sound just never makes it to you. But these are storms at a distance. The other thing that I will mention here is that it does look like a new tornado watch is going to be issued for areas east of this tornado watch. It will include the rest of West Tennessee. Don't have a time that it will be extending to, but it will be out shortly. Expect that will take that watch over into Middle Tennessee. There was also a comment made by the Weather Service that this will not include any parts of North Mississippi at this time. So a new tornado watch will be coming out. It'll extend east from the current one, which is outside of our area, but will not currently, at least the plan right now, is not to include any areas in North Mississippi. Now, that does not still mean that you won't get some sort of a watch over the next couple of hours, but just wanted to clue you in on the plans from the Storm Prediction Center here as this threat continues to evolve. Let's take a couple questions here. And I see, Lauren says the watch just came out. If somebody can confirm for me, does that, if that includes all the way over to Nashville, that would be great to know. A couple of comments here. One, seeing the lightning from Hernando on those storms in Northeast Arkansas. Yeah, that's quite a ways away, but you definitely could be seeing those storm tops going up to probably 50,000 feet or so up there. That lightning is extending well up into the atmosphere, and the curvature of the earth is not enough to keep you from seeing those storms that far away. One more question here. How bad do we think the weather will get in DeSoto County? Good question. And that looks like we're still trying to determine exactly, without the watch down there, exactly how strong there will be. But our high-res models indicate that this line will sweep through DeSoto County. I would expect at least a high wind threat, probably a good potential for some hail. It's hard to say right now. If it's just a squall line, you will have the threat of an isolated tornado spinning up within that line. Right now, I don't suspect that you're going to see any isolated supercells out ahead of that line. I think that we've kind of passed the time for most of that with the sun setting now. So most likely going to be just the strongly forced line moving through. Do expect that you will get severe thunderstorm warnings as that line moves through DeSoto County. And it will probably be 10 o'clock or so before, at the earliest, before that line gets down there. And I have gotten confirmation that does include the Nashville area for that watch as well. So we're expecting the rest of our brethren across Middle Tennessee to be seeing the same thing.
I'm checking on that watch right now.
And I'll, while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and cover this new severe thunderstorm warning that includes eastern Tipton County now. And let's let me switch gears here. Actually, I didn't want that one. I wanted this one. There we go. We're going to look at the reflectivity and the VIL product, which is our hail product, to be able to see where hail might be coming out of the storm. So this new severe thunderstorm warning is the one for eastern Tipton County, and it extends north from there up through Ripley and farther north. It does include the Brownsville area as well. Severe thunderstorm warning issued at 8:31 p.m. goes until 9:15. And that does include eastern Tipton County. Those severe thunderstorms that are now crossing the river into western Tipton County around the Drummonds area and Gilt Edge are going to be moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. That'll take those storms across the entirety of Tipton County over the next 45 minutes or so. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail are going to be the main threats from those storms. We have the possibility of a tornado from the storm, but right now there is no signature that indicates that would be strong enough to indicate a tornado warning is necessary. So hail, a major threat with this storm, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind damage. Let's take a look at the hail signature on this storm as it moves into Tipton County. The main hail core with the storm is still back around about kind of where that hook echo is, still kind of residing back there near Tyronza now, moving towards Joyner, just to the north of Crittenden County, but heading in towards Tipton County. So that hail core is still probably 30 minutes or so from reaching into more populated areas of Tipton County. And then there's another hail core that looks to be up near Osceola, also part of this warning, and it's going to pass by just to the north. I think that's going to stay north of Covington, heading towards Henning and Ripley. But those storms will be moving off to the east. So for the main part of Tipton County, your hail threat is still probably 20 to 30 minutes away or so before getting into western Tipton County and then moving across. And while we're here, we can take a look at the velocity, the wind signatures as well. And we kind of have an awkward angle here for looking at wind velocities because the radar is kind of looking along the line of storms instead of directly into it. So these are probably not as representative as we would hope. We're seeing around 40 to 50 miles an hour. So aloft on these storms, not too far up off the ground, about 1,000 to 1,500 feet or so. But you can definitely see from the signature, especially up on the radar signature, reflectivity signature, going into northern Tipton County, Gilt Edge and Covington, there's a very, very strong definition where there's basically no rain to very heavy rain over a short distance. That is a classic signature of a strong wind event coming in along with that heavy rain. It's being pushed by that high wind behind it. So I would expect that especially the northern part of Tipton County, Gilt Edge, Garland, Covington, you guys are going to see that push straight across your area here in about 20 minutes or so with very heavy rain and high wind as well. Let's see, I'm just checking a couple other things. Confirmation, Richard, on the tornado watch for Nashville.
Yeah, so I do have it. I did not get the alert, but I do have it in active alerts.
Okay, and I got both, just so you know.
Okay.
All right. So that's the situation moving into Tipton County. As Richard mentioned, there is a pretty good signature here for an outflow boundary coming out of this line of storms, and that extends right up the leading edge of the storms as well. We talked about that very strong gradient of of precipitation across the leading edge of that storm, but the outflow boundary extends all the way down to the south back to about Wynn. You can see kind of the lighter blue signature on radar. You can also see kind of a blue signature on the wind velocities through here. So that is where that outflow boundary or gust front is located. And that is what storms will continue to form on. And so as that continues to push off to the east, the tail end of that back towards north of Forest City and Wynn will continue to push east towards the Memphis area and kind of southeast from these storms. So we'll start to see those storms building south into Crittenden County and Shelby County here, maybe within the next 30 minutes or so, 30 minutes to an hour. if there's any good news out of that and out of the kind of the overall presentation of the radar right now, yes, we've got the embedded circulations possible, but the line is starting to form here, especially with an outflow boundary. That is likely to make that line form a little bit more quickly because it's got the outflow built with it. That may mean that we're looking more at a strong wind threat. And of course, some hail and stuff with the stronger reflectivity cores in the storms. But we may be limited from a tornadic standpoint to spin ups within the storm. So certainly do not let your guard down. And if this continues to progress along a gust front that moves fairly quickly through the area, the other thing that could mean is maybe we aren't sitting here still talking to you at 1 a.m. because maybe that line will move through a little more quickly once it gets organized and kind of marches through the area at a little bit steadier pace. So we will keep an eye on that, but we will be with you throughout the duration. Question has come in about the tornado potential up there in Tipton County from Elijah. So Elijah, yep, we've been looking at that for the last minute or so. There is the leading edge of the storms up moving towards Covington right now is kind of bowing out. And so that is definitely more of a straight line wind signature. However, we still do have some concern over this area that is to your west. And this would likely go through southern Tipton County. It's still probably 15, 20 minutes from getting into Tipton County, but there is still a little bit of rotation going on. It's not real strong on the surface scans of the wind. In fact, I really don't see much at all, maybe just a little bit just east of Tyronza. But that area would be the one to watch. So southern Tipton County, we're going to definitely keep an eye on and watch this storm in case it decides to cycle and spin back up in that area. I was going to see if there's any comments from the Weather Service on that particular part of the storm. So yeah, with the tornado warning that's out right now, it is behind the outflow boundary. I just mentioned that, and so that outflow boundary out ahead of it may help to keep that storm from elevated, is what they call it, but basically it means not rooted in rising air from the ground. It's rooted above the ground, and that tends to help keep that tornado threat a little bit lower as if that happens, and that's kind of is what's happening. So I would guess right now they're going to leave that tornado warning in place, but again, additional storms kind of merging with that one, or kind of going through their cyclical nature that storms do. It's not impossible that could spin up, or you could get another storm that kind of forms on the outflow boundary and produces a tornado. So certainly stay on guard still up there in Tipton County. Richard, do you have anything you want to pick up with?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was taking care of a few other things, but
Yep. We're multitasking here tonight.
Yeah.
Doing it all.
So I'm going to find this. Again, sorry. So we're going to take a wider view and take a look at everything that's across the area. So you can see these thunderstorms basically from southwest Kentucky through northwest Tennessee, and now moving into far west central Tennessee, and extending all the way back to just east, or rather west, of Forest City, Arkansas. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Tipton County until 8:45, so it's in effect for another 5 minutes. I believe that is correct. No, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 9:15 for the rest of Tipton County. So the eastern portion of Tipton County is under a tornado watch. Tornado is under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. The western and central portion of Tipton County is under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. So another 3 minutes on that. But that thunderstorm is starting to move into Tipton County as we speak. So let's take a look at that real quick. This is the storm that Eric was just talking about, the one I was just talking about. Again, this is the strongest portion of this storm, still back in eastern Arkansas, still back in just southeast of Mark Tree, Arkansas, and that is in, I believe, Mississippi County. Looks like it may start to move into far northern Crittenden County. There is no warning in place for northern Crittenden County, but if you're in the Terrell area, even Clarkdale, just be aware that there are some thunderstorms, a severe thunderstorm to the north of you, and it is starting to slip into northern. It is starting to slip into northern Crittenden County at the moment. Joyner, you're in the warning currently, and it's going to cross highway or I-55 just around Joyner, just north of the Crittenden County line, and that is going to be just to the east of Birdsong. Their rotation on this has weakened some. It is a little bit broader than it was before, which is good. And we're continuing to watch this storm as it wraps up a little bit, which is a good thing, and eventually make it into Tipton County in probably the next 15 minutes or so. And as I mentioned, there is an outflow boundary south of this storm. We can take a look at composite reflectivity here on the right, which shows all levels of the atmosphere. Let's all those frames. So the composite reflectivity will show if there's development along that outflow boundary. And if you take a look at Cherry Valley, it looks like there's storms starting to develop on the northwest side of this outflow boundary. And when I mentioned it was starting to slip into northern Crittenden County, I believe that's going to be the case. Again, there is no warning for northern Crittenden County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Tipton County. And this severe thunderstorm warning now for all of Tipton County is in effect until 9:15 p.m. And current time is 8:45, so another 30 minutes on this warning. There is still a tornado warning in effect until 9 p.m. So another 15 minutes left on this tornado warning. But as mentioned before, it is starting to wrap up a little bit. The rotation has widened, and it is not as strong as it was before. But it is going to cross I-55 just south of Joyner, and then eventually move into Tipton County. Again, tornado warning in effect for the far western portion of Tipton County until 9:15. I am having trouble trying to find these expiration times.
Yeah, it's 9 p.m. on the tornado warning.
Thank you. 9 p.m. on the tornado warning, and then 9:15 on the severe thunderstorm warning that covers all of Tipton County. So right now, if you're in the Covington area, be ready for some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds with that. Looks like there are some gusty winds moving into Covington County or into Covington as we speak, maybe 25, 30 miles per hour, maybe even 35 miles per hour gusts from the northwest, moving into the Covington area, and eventually the Brighton and the Coca areas, anywhere along Highway 51 in Tipton County. Expect those winds to hit Covington first, and then Brighton move to the south. Heavy rain, gusty winds, and also frequent lightning with these storms. Switch this back to.
Yeah, little insight here from the Weather Service on that one, Richard. Tornado warning is going to stay in effect until 9 o'clock. They are still watching that area near Tyronza that we were talking about, and seeing the potential for still some pretty good size hail in that storm as well. So right now, primarily a hail and wind threat, but can't rule out that might reproduce a tornado. I should say reproduce a tornado.
Okay, good. Reading that myself. real quick. So there is still a possibility. I guess I could share my screen here. So there is still a possibility that they are not going to extend it or cancel it at this moment. So it is still in effect for another 13 minutes or so. And all of this activity continues to move to the east at around 40 miles per hour. If you're in the path of the storm, hopefully you have your preparations in place. If not, you need to already have those in place, really. But if you're in the path of the storm, be ready to go inside. Obviously, you don't want to be outside taking pictures. It's night. You're only going to see lightning. I've tried storm chasing at night, and it is no fun. You only get glimpses, and then it's on top of you. So you have to go inside, go to an interior room away from as many windows and doors as possible. Get to the lowest level of your house, obviously. Basement or storm shelter would be great. If you're unable to go to those, just lowest level of your house, away from windows and doors. And stay here with us as we'll keep you updated throughout the evening as all of this weather moves into the area. And we will continue to watch this. And it does look like, okay, that's a continuation. So that is the tornado warning still in effect for another 11 minutes or so for Tipton County, as well as Poinsett and Mississippi County, Arkansas.
All right, if you want me to, I can take from here. I've got pulled up the secondary radar and have a little bit closer look at that particular storm that Richard was just talking about. So we're not looking at the radar front that's in Millington now. We're actually using the FAA's Doppler radar that's down in North Mississippi in DeSoto County. It gives us a slightly different angle of the storm because it's looking more into or across the storm rather than directly into it. And so this is that same storm up around the Joyner area, and you can definitely see kind of a curve to the back part of this storm where it kind of circulates around from the Joyner area back towards Birdsong and Gilmore. This is just west of the river in Tipton County. And in that same general area, we are seeing it's a little bit messy on the wind scans that we're looking at here, but there's definitely some inbound or northerly winds on the backside of that storm where the heavier rain is. And then it looks like there might be a little bit of outbound or north winds from south to north, kind of on the east side of that. So it's fairly broad. There's not a definite tornado signature there, but at this altitude, it's looking up about 2,000 feet above ground here. It is still seeing some broad rotation in that area as it gets ready to cross the river now and head generally due east, and that's going to take it very close to the Atoka and Brighton areas here, probably in about 20 or 30 minutes. Now we'll see what this looks like as we get towards 9 o'clock when that tornado warning is set to expire. It's also kind of hugging the southern edge of that tornado warning. So just barely inside the southern edge. So that is really the area we're watching for potential circulation, and that would be headed towards southern Tipton County as opposed to the rest of the storm that's now crossing into northern Tipton County, and our range kind of falls off there. So I'm going to switch it back over to the Millington radar and take a little bit better look at Tipton County. As these storms move across, you'll see that they're just about to move into Covington now. They're still reporting southerly winds, light southerly winds there in Covington, but that's about to change as these winds are going to come in pretty stiff out of the west into the Covington area. It's already crossed into Gilt Edge, that outflow boundary, reaching up towards Highway 51 now, getting ready to cross Highway 51 and move east. Seeing checking some of the comments in there. A lot of people seeing the same thing that I am. So, and then we've got these storms that tail back to the west here. all the way back to Cherry Valley, Wynn, in Cross County, and then west from there. So these have got a little ways to go before they move into portions of our area. Now, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up as I was speaking, and that does include farther the northern parts of Shelby County, and it also includes far northern Crittenden County. So I think we got, and there's my Storm Watch Plus alert going off. It's our annoying app that does wake you up in the middle of the night for severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings only. Otherwise, it will just send a regular notification. But my location here in Bartlett is in that severe thunderstorm warning. I have a threat of large hail, significant winds, and possibly a tornado. So I got that Storm Watch Plus alert on my app. And going to ask that we make sure, that we've got that warning going out on social media, and it is. Let's take a little bit closer look at what that warning includes. This is a new warning at 8:51 issued by the Weather Service here in Memphis, and the reports that go with that are going to be mainly for a hail threat. There is some golf ball size hail being reported in Bassett, Arkansas, which is back to the west part of this line. And this will include far northern Crittenden County, Gilmore, Turl, Clarkdale, those areas of far northern Crittenden County. And then it cuts across Shelby County. So it's including all of the Shelby Forest area, North Haven, Davy Crockett Golf Course area up into Millington. So it includes all of Millington. This warning is also, looks like it just extends south from the Tipton County warning. So the northern border of it is the southern border of the Tipton County warning. And then it extends east through Rosemark, Ellendale, Bartlett, Lakeland, Eads, and Arlington, right up to the Fayette Shelby County line. So those areas across northern Shelby County are now in a severe thunderstorm warning as this line of storms starts to move towards northern Shelby County, moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. Looks like the storms have slowed up just a little bit as they've kind of congealed into a line here. Golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts are the threats with this storm as it continues to move east and build to the south. And so they're expecting that process to continue as it moves off to the east, and that these areas in northern Shelby County and northern Crittenden County will see this storm. The warning goes until 9:30 p.m. for northern Shelby County. This is not a tornado warning right now, but we do have a clear kind of hook-looking echo up on the one portion of this storm. So we're going to keep an eye out just in case there are any rotational signatures that show up with this line. I'm going to zoom in again here. We just got a new radar scan. And we definitely see the outflow boundary that is now getting ready to cross the river just to the west of Millington. I'm going to be crossing the Mississippi River here in about the next 10 minutes. And it does include the threat for some strong winds behind that outflow boundary with those storms as it moves into northern Shelby County. So those of you that are up there in Shelby Forest and up towards the Millington, Cuba area, you want to be prepared as this storm is going to be arriving. We're looking at, let's see, from the radar to the storm is about 14 miles. So we're looking at in the next half hour to start seeing these storms moving across far northern Shelby County as they move through. We do have two separate warnings. It does look like, so there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Now the tornado warning is just dropped. I'll also make that point. That tornado warning is just dropped. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30. So this is the same warning that includes the southern part of Tipton County and the northern part of Shelby County, and then southern county is part of southern part of Tipton County is also in a warning that extends up to the north. So you're technically in two warnings. Don't worry about it. Severe thunderstorms are a threat for southern Tipton County for the next 30 to 45 minutes. All of these areas are under the threat from what appears to be a fairly strong wind signature. And I want to flip back over to hail and take a look at the hail signature. And there we go. Very strong signature for hail in there. In fact, there's a couple of reports here. This is the Bassett report. which is very near Joyner. This is just west of Tipton County. They had golf ball size hail there. We had quarter size hail back around the Tyronza area, golf ball size hail on Mark Tree, and still a very strong signature for large hail that's getting ready to cross the river now into southern Tipton County. So this is looking at the Drummonds area over towards Atoka and Brighton, and probably passing just to the south of Gilt Edge and Covington, although this storm could grow to the north as well. But that main core of that storm, if we put the storm track on it, the one storm track pointing to the south, you could ignore. That's a computer error on that one. Sometimes the computer goes a little bit crazy trying to figure out where these storms are going when they're growing and decaying, but you can see pretty much an east-southeast motion to these other arrows. And these storms are going to be going across southern Tipton County and northern Shelby County. Millington, I would definitely be on alert for not only these gusty winds that are moving through, but that hail core could be moving over you as well. So if you are ahead of these storms from Drummonds towards Atoka and Millington along the Highway 51 corridor, if you have a way to get your vehicle right now under cover, even if it's a carport, I would find a way to do that. Or you may be looking at some hail damage when you go out there in a couple of hours after these storms have passed. So definitely a hail signature with up to golf ball size hail already reported in these storms. And these are moving towards the 51 corridor from Brighton south to include Munford, the Drummonds area, Forest Hill Golf Course, Quito, there's Cuba, Millington, Orgle, Rosemark, and all the way down towards the Lucy Community, Baker Airport, and Shelby Forest. So all of these locations need to be on alert for incoming strong wind as well as a large hail threat as well. And we'll continue to keep an eye out for potential rotation as well. Right now, the tornado warning has been dropped. So there is no imminent signs of rotation that would cause them to be concerned about tornadoes. But that doesn't mean that things can't change here as these storms move, in. I'm going to take a second to turn to our hardworking interns on the backside here who are supporting all the social media side. If there's any general comments or questions that are coming up repeatedly or that you would like us to cover, gals, if you see anything, feel free to let us know what you're seeing. And they are working hard, answering your questions and getting the comments answered and getting the radar posts out. I'll take a look and see if I see anything routine that's coming through. Richard, are you seeing anything on your end?
I'm seeing a few tickets coming in.
Okay. Yeah, with these storms not quite getting into our coverage area yet, we're not seeing too much in the way of reports just yet, other than those that are coming in from the Weather Service. So we'll let this ride for just a minute. I'm going to stick this into a looping mode and go out just to the reflectivity so we can watch as these loop through the area. Zoom that out just a little bit farther. There we go. So now you can kind of get the big picture as this line now extends all the way from up near the land between the lakes, back down through Paris and Huntington, Northwest Tennessee, and extending all the way back down into our neck of the woods to the Ripley area and back to our southwest. It does look like there's fewer warnings up to the north now. That was where most of the warnings were earlier as these storms started to form and produce tornadic signatures up in northeast Arkansas. They have coalesced into a line, and now it's mostly a wind threat up in those particular areas. And mostly a wind and hail threat down in our area right now, but still keeping an eye out for the potential for any circulations to pop up. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit to the southern edge of this line and take a look at what we're seeing building down to the southwest. There are some isolated cells down here. The far southern storm, which is just basically uninterrupted with southerly flow moving into it, probably is in one of the better positions of any of these storms to be tapping into a fairly unstable environment that's untouched by any other storms. no storms around it. So that one definitely has a chance to continue to get stronger as it moves to the east. And just for those of us in the metro, we're keeping an eye on that because due east from that storm is basically the Tennessee-Mississippi state line. It does look like with that storm moving to the east at probably about 40 miles an hour. Yep, 30 to 40 miles an hour. It is about 40, 45 miles from southwest Memphis right now. So that storm is about an hour out from reaching the metro as it moves in. These are additional storms up to the northeast, up through Cross County and into western Crittenden County, around St. Francis, western St. Francis County. These storms are going to be moving, are the ones that are going to kind of be tapped to move through the heart of the metro. The bigger storms up here to the north will probably graze the northern part of Shelby County. But these storms that tail back to the west and then build to the south are the ones that are likely going to be coming through the rest of Shelby County and down into DeSoto County and Fayette County. So these, again, are going to be a little ways off. We've got probably about an hour or so. Downtown Memphis, right there is, let's see, put my marker there. We're looking at about 30 miles away to the storms that are over in Wynn, which are headed kind of towards the downtown area of Memphis. So 30 miles away. We're looking at those crossing the river probably between 9:45 and 10 o'clock. So if you are in the downtown, midtown area of Memphis, central Shelby County, west central Shelby County, it looks like the initial storms that you probably could see quite a bit of lightning from if you're looking up to the north, especially if you're down, say, on Mud Island or those areas downtown looking to the north. You're probably seeing an awful lot of lightning up to your north, but those storms are going to miss you. Looking to the west, you're about 30 miles from seeing the storms off to your west, which is looking again at somewhere around the neighborhood of 9:45, 10 o'clock when those start to move into your area, if things hold as they do now. But pretty dynamic storm event. And so we are going to see this kind of morph as those storms come in, and we'll see how they, what they do, how they form up. If we get a nice strong line through there, if they stay kind of in individual little pockets of storms, we'll see how that plays out over the next hour or so. Let's see. I don't see any other real questions coming in. Once again, I'll open it up. Lauren or Gracie, Reagan, are you guys seeing anything of note on social media or things that we should address that people are asking about? I promise you they're on with us tonight. It's all right. That's a clear sign that we don't have anything coming in there. All right, we'll go back and take a quick look at the storms that are moving now across the river into western Tipton County and northwest Shelby County. This crossing the Oxbow Lakes and the islands that are in the channel up here in the far northwestern part of Shelby County. Very interesting article about that in the Daily Memphian in the last week. If you take the paper there, check out the history of some of these areas. Very intriguing. But those storms are now up over the far northwestern part of Shelby County that extends fully into Arkansas and moving into the Shelby Forest area here in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Headed for Millington in about 20-25 minutes. These storms are also now getting into the Highway 51 corridor up around Atoka, Brighton, and Munford. So you folks in that area, these strong storms are moving directly towards you. And I will go ahead and split screen one more time and take a look at the Ville over here to see where our hail signatures are. Those are also now crossing the river into far western Tipton County. They are maintaining strength. It does not look like that signature is weakening any. I'm going to back it up just a couple of frames and just kind of see how that evolves. But it looks like it's pretty well maintaining some of those bright white colors, which are basically just the vertically integrated liquid water product, or VIL, determines hail, not only the potential for hail, but it can include also the size of the hail, is determined by how much water is directly above a certain point. So it vertically integrates, or it counts up basically all of the water molecules in a column. and assigns that a value. So the more water that you have, moisture above a certain point, it gets it extends higher up into the atmosphere where temperatures are below freezing and where hail can form. And so the higher that you've got those columns of air that are moisture laden going into the atmosphere, the more likely you are to get hail. And the more times that hail goes through its updraft and downdraft process up and down in the storm, it builds layers onto it, and you end up getting larger and larger hail before finally it's heavy enough to fall through those updrafts and come down to the ground. And that is the process of hail that is occurring. And we are getting golf ball size hail, some reports of that out of these storms as they now are crossing into far northwestern Shelby County and western Tipton County, right along the river, and heading towards the Atoka area, towards Munford, towards Drummond's here in the next probably 10 minutes or so. The Millington area, probably about 20 minutes or so out from these storms, moving very close to you. And then points south of there, it looks like those hail cores may stay just to the north of Bartlett, but we're going to be keeping an eye on that as well. So these areas are up across northern Shelby County, basically the 385 loop along the northern loop of 385 out towards Arlington, and then back to the west and down portion of Highway 51 coming into the North Memphis Fraser area. Those areas are going to be in the line for some large hail, as well as some very gusty winds. So the only thing worse than large hail is wind-driven hail that's coming at you sideways. So we definitely don't want to be around windows as these storms are coming in, especially western-facing windows. Don't be out there staring through the window using the lightning that's coming, that's flashing, to be able to see what's going on and have that window punched out in front of you. So stay away from those windows during this severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 9:30.
The National Weather Service does say that they have removed the tornado possible tag near the river.
Excellent news. Yes, excellent news.
That does include Tipton County.
I'm trying to figure out why am I still seeing the tornado warning on the left panel and not the right panel? Oh, there it went. Okay. I think I paused that at the wrong place. There we go. And Richard, it looks like the host has muted the interns. So
yep, I just unmuted them.
That's all right. We're figuring out the production things. We don't do this all that often, so we'll get it figured out. So unmuted, I am going to ask again, not wake you up, Lori, Gracie, Reagan, anything that you've seen that you'd like to offer?
The only thing I saw was the updated severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't think it actually matters anymore.
Okay. Yeah, that was a few minutes ago. We've got that one covered, I think. So good. Thank you. Any questions that are coming up on our social media feeds that we should cover for people who are thinking it but not asking?
We do have a comment from Judy. When can we expect in Northwest Fayette County, Hickory With area?
All right, Northwest Fayette County, Hickory With, right up here in the far northwestern part of Fayette County, right just south of the triumvirate of Mason, Braden, and Galloway. We have Hickory With, and that's east of Arlington. And those storms are heading in your general direction. It does look like if we put our marker near Hickory With, the storms are about 20 miles to your west, moving at 30 to 35 miles an hour. So I'd give them about 30 minutes or so, and you'll see the leading edge of these storms moving into your area in Fayette County. We've been kind of paying more attention to where the warning is, but call this your updated warning information extending out beyond where the official warning is. We're looking for Northwest Fayette County to see these storms. That would put it no earlier than 9:45, but probably closer to around the 10 o'clock time frame for you folks, which is pretty similar to the downtown area from the storms to the west. It looks like a lot of these areas are going to be seeing storms around 10 o'clock.
And I just changed my microphone. I got a few comments that says my volume is a little low. Hopefully it's a little better now.
Yes.
Let me know in the comments.
Loud and clear. That's very good.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. See if there's any other information coming in we need to pull in. Go ahead.
So, well, this is for Lake and Pemiscot County, but they are working on clearing the watch for Lake and Pemiscot County, and I believe that's the Missouri Boot Hill.
Yep, just east of Missouri Boot Hill. Correct.
Gotcha.
Yep. So basically what we're seeing here is as this line moves through, the severe threat is over for the night. Now, because it's oriented almost east-west through our area, instead of north-south, it is going to take a while for it to clear all the way through the area. But, you know, as this line drops south over the over Shelby County and Fayette County and down towards I-40, then Tipton County, once these storms move through, you will be all clear. We're still looking at, probably a good hour before that happens. But it is good news that this is the main event for tonight. So once we get it through here, we should see we'll probably still see some showers and maybe even a few thunderstorms, just general thunderstorms behind this line overnight tonight. But they are not expected to be severe. This line will definitely tap out all of the instability in the atmosphere that's surface-based that would result in severe storms. So just what we would call elevated convection on the backside, just some scattered showers and thunderstorms that sometimes at night can tend to be kind of loud. These elevated storms at night the sound bounces around under the clouds and between here and the Earth's surface, but not nearly as much of a threat as the surface-based storms we're dealing with right now.
Eric, I know we don't cover Jackson, Tennessee, but the Weather Service now saying a new severe thunderstorm warning is imminent for Jackson, Tennessee. So if we've got people that have interest in the Jackson, Tennessee area, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning out in effect for that area until 10 p.m.
And that warning was just posted. It's showing right here. So that's kind of the leading edge of those storms that are up around Brownsville right now, Brownsville to Alamo, moving off to the east. Those storms have passed kind of the Covington area and out of Lauderdale County, moving to the east towards Jackson.
Let's see. So we have someone noticing the hail signature near Forest City. Any chance we could take a look at that and
absolutely
see what we've got going on there?
Yep. So just west of our coverage area, we just in that area have the southern part of Crittenden County, Horseshoe Lake area, and so forth. But for those folks who are looking out into areas just to our west, that is St. Francis County there around Forest City, and that is quite the hail signature. Definitely, we were talking about the storm on the southern end of this line, potentially tapping into some fresh air down there, getting straight southerly flow down from areas to the south that are unimpeded by storms. And that storm has started to go a little gangbusters. Not a tornado signature on it right now, but there's definitely the hail algorithms from the radar themselves think that might be 2.5-inch hail coming down in the area of Cotton Plant, and that is moving fairly close to the Forest City area. It may move, northern edge of that will probably go through Forest City. So, yep, if you've got friends or family down in that area, another one to keep an eye on. And one of the best ways, one of the most common ways that people get their severe weather information is from friends and family, just reaching out, sending a text, making sure that they're watching out for what's going on. So certainly, by all means, if you know folks down in that area, reach out, make sure they're aware that they've got a severe storm headed their direction. Same thing upstream, up in Jackson and other areas up into northwest Tennessee.
We now have a report of 1-inch hail near Burleson in Tipton County, Tennessee.
And I believe Burleson's over in the west side.
And it says 2 miles west of Burleson. So it's going to be pretty close to the river, I would believe.
There's Burleson right there. Yeah. Okay. Yes. And so there's Burleson. 2 miles to the west of Burleson is going to be this storm that's probably moving in towards Randolph and Drummonds. That's got to be right over there, right along the river. 2 miles, like you said, 2 miles west of Burleson. So a hail core in that area, and that was 1-inch hail. And that is in these VIL values that are up around in the 50 to 60 range, producing about 1-inch hail. So these VIL values that are up close to 80. In fact, I think that 80 is the max on that scale, because I'm messing around in there and finding all 80s. So it's basically maxed out the scale here on the VIL value. So this is more like 2 to 2.5-inch hail potential on this storm as it continues to move into far southwestern Tipton County, and really that might have a bullseye on Millington. So you guys in Millington and Cuba, the Orgel area, northern Shelby Forest, Lucy, and Rosemark, those folks up in that area definitely need to be finding a place to stay inside and let this thing pass. Give it 45 minutes or so. It should be gone. You need to stay away from windows, especially western facing windows. Get underneath cover because I can promise if you're out in 2-inch hail, you're going to wish afterwards that you were not. So
we're going to step back and take a look at the overview of the entire line, basically now from Clarksville, Tennessee, down through Paris, just west of Jackson, Tennessee, and again, moving into central Tipton County, and then all the way back to Forest City. We do have basically severe thunderstorm warnings all along that line, and this line continues to push east. Individual cells are moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So we're going to continue to watch this push into the metro over the next few hours. The cell in Forest City is obviously the southernmost cell. There are some cells just to the southwest of Forest City. Well, I say just, but in the Pine Bluff area. And all of this activity, again, is moving to the east. With the cells in Pine Bluff kind of moving northeast. We do have a tornado watch in effect for Shelby, Fayette, Tipton, and Crittenden County until 11 p.m. Not seeing anything from the Weather Service at this point about any additional watches, but we are keeping our eyes peeled just in case that does happen. But right now, no watches or warnings in effect for any of the counties in Mississippi, and at least northern Mississippi. Actually, all of Mississippi. You can see on the left-hand or right-hand side of your screen that all of Mississippi is clear. Most of Arkansas, with the exception of northeast Arkansas, is clear of warnings. And all of this, again, continues to push to the east, and we'll continue to watch this move through. Looking at some timing, we are watching, again, all of this moving east. It should be over Millington, rather on top of Millington in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And finally moving into the, let's pause this, in an hour, it should be moving into the downtown area. And we're going to, there we go. So this activity that is over the Earl and Parkin area, that should be over downtown in about an hour. So this is going to move into the downtown area. There looks like it's a little bit of an outflow there with possible storms developing on the back side of that. So in an hour, so that would be 10:15, 10:20, somewhere around there. And then about an hour and a half, it should be over the 240 loop, and then start to see some of the cells, mainly that cell in Forest City, move into southern Crittenden County in about an hour and a half, or about, that's going to be 9:40 or 10:45. And then move into western DeSoto County about 10:15. So we're going to continue to watch all of these cells that are moving through. And the cell that is in Forest City does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it, and that is in effect until 9:45. And so the basic way you can tell how quickly these storms are moving, the polygon actually ends where they think the cell is going to be at the end of the expiry. Let me start over. When the warning expires, usually the far edge of the polygon is usually where the storm is expected to be at that time. So at 9:45, this warning will expire, and it should be through Forest City by that point. Not always necessarily the case, but it's kind of a good way to track the speed of these storms. Speaking of the speed, we're going to loop this and see if we can zoom out just a little bit. So you can definitely see the lightning with the storm in Forest City. All of this activity moving to the east. There's really nothing south of this storm to stop any further development. That outflow boundary starting to feed into that storm as well. Don't see any outflow from that storm. We're going to load all the frames here. And all of this activity, again, pushing to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So like I said, the storm that's in Forest City should be starting to move into southern Crittenden County by around 10:30. And then moving into western DeSoto County closer to 11 p.m. I think I said 10 p.m. earlier, but should be moving into western DeSoto County at around 11 p.m. So we're going to obviously continue to watch all of these storms. But right now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Tipton County and northern Shelby County until 11 p.m. That is correct. No, till 9:30 p.m. And it is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Expect golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Golf ball meaning 1 3/4 inch hail possible with this storm. So if you're in the Millington area, be aware that there is 60 mile per hour wind gust and possible golf ball size hail moving into your area. And eventually that's going to move into the Arlington area, Lakeland, and even towards Bartlett here in the next little bit. So just be aware that there are storms coming in from the northwest, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for those areas. Not seeing anything in the way of rotation. Let's double check that. Yeah, it looks like just gusty winds with all of that activity. Again, moving to the southeast, or east rather, at about 30 miles per hour.
So we do have a report that's come in from the Drummonds area of dime size hail there. So just under severe criteria. It's about 3/4 inch hail from the Drummonds area. And taking a little bit closer look here again at the hail signatures on these storms, and because I haven't gotten a whole lot of information on how strong the winds are that are coming in there, and really not any observational platforms that I could pull that from at the time. But the hail signature, we were seeing all of that bright whites just a little bit ago. And if I back that up, you could see the bright whites that were coming across the river. And if you compare that to right now, that is starting to shrink just a little bit. There is still an area that's basically right on the river, getting ready to move towards the community of Quito there, and towards the Millington north, especially the northern Millington area, where it is still pretty bright hail on that, or bright veil signatures that could result in large hail. But that is diminishing just a little bit as the storm crosses the river and moves into Shelby and Tipton County. We do have that pretty strong hail signature back to the west of Forest City as well. We've discussed that one. And go ahead, Richard.
Weather Service saying that they are going to reissue the Shelby County severe thunderstorm warning. Likely some large hail, some big hail is what they say, towards Shelby Forest area. So expect a new warning to come out here in the next little bit, with possible larger hail associated with that storm.
Okay. Yeah, that warning is set to expire at 9:30. So they are going to reissue that warning, and we'll see what geographical area it takes in. My guess is that by extending it out from 9:30, that this will probably also include far southeastern Tipton County up around the Mason area, and it'll probably also include the northwestern portion of Fayette County. So heads up to my interns who are putting out the warnings. That warning's about to come out and will likely include a good part of Tipton County, Northwest Fayette County, and Northern Shelby County. I'm guessing at least till 10 o'clock, if not a little bit longer than that.
I'm going to watch for that and let you know once it comes out.
Yep. Okay. So we've had a question that has been asked on one of our social media channels, and it's actually a pretty good question. When you have storms that are getting close to the radar, and so the radar data becomes a little bit harder, especially on your wind scans, your velocity scans, to tell exactly what's going on in those areas. How do we get around that? Are we just guessing, or is there some other way of doing that? Well, there's a couple of ways. One, here in Memphis, because we're a major metropolitan city, we do have a secondary Doppler radar, and I've shown that a couple of times. That is what we affectionately call TMEM, which is the Terminal Doppler Weather Radar, located down in DeSoto County. It's straight south of the airport, on right next to I-55. So if you've driven that route, say you're going south out of South Haven, going down towards Hernando, there's a old rest stop on the right-hand side of the interstate there going south.
It's a way station, actually.
It's I'm sorry?
It's a way station.
Oh, way station, right, not a rest area. Yep. And there's the new warning that just popped up too, encompassing pretty much the same areas that I just talked about.
So they're calling for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay.
With the new warning, and it's in effect until 10:15.
Okay, so that is going to take the place of the warning that was in effect until 9:30. That will drop out here in 2 minutes, and the new one, which encompasses a lot of the same areas, and then expands to the east and just a little bit further to the south. It does get now the north loop of 240, actually I-40 on the northern side of the city. It does include that area as well as I-40 in the eastern part of the county. And that was a severe thunderstorm warning coming through. Thank you, Stormwatch Plus. As I was mentioning, we've got a secondary Doppler radar down, and Richard's correct. Being a native from that area, he knows this difference between rest areas and way stations. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. It is a way station down an old way station on I-55, and there's a giant golf ball sitting up on a pedestal there, and that is the FAA's Doppler radar for Memphis International Airport. It does not have nearly the broad width of view. It doesn't go out as far as the Weather Service's Doppler in Millington, but its purpose is mainly to aid in air traffic going in and out of Memphis International. So it does give us a lot of the same products, though, and so we can use that to see, get a different angle, be able to see what's going on when the storms are taking place right around and over the Millington radar, which at this point it is. So as we talk about the storms moving into Millington, most of you are familiar, if you've been out to the old Naval Air Station, where that golf ball on a pedestal sits, right out in the middle of the air station there, the new Millington Regional Jetport. And that radar sits there, and because radars by nature cannot look straight up, they scan out from the radar. They have what's called a cone of silence, which is an area above the radar that they cannot view. They do not look straight up. So you can actually see that as I'm zoomed in here on the left side, showing the rainfall. You can see there's this black area right around Millington. So the Millington radar actually does very little good at helping the city of Millington because they are under what is called the cone of silence. So we have to do some extrapolation a little bit of what's coming in and passing through on the other side. We also can use additional radars and additional data to know what's going on there in Millington. But you can see how that rainfall cuts off just a couple of miles or so around the Millington radar station itself. And the other thing we also have to watch out for that is very easy to forget is when very heavy rain is falling directly on the radar itself. So the dome is getting torrential rain on top of it. It does reduce the ability of the radar to see out the rain further out. And so typically when storms pass right over the radar, it will look like all of the storms have gotten weaker. And then once the storms pass the radar site, they get stronger again. And that actually is not what's occurring. The radar just can't sense the rainfall rates as well as it can when it's dry. And so that's what we call attenuation. You've just gotten a little weather nerdy information again here as we're plugging into those of you who like to hear a little of the technicalities of what's going on. But right now, these storms are still showing up nice and bright, and we are seeing those move across southern Tipton County and moving across Shelby Forest. Now, very heavy rain and probably getting close to seeing some small hail out in that area. It looks like it's just across the river. Another hail core has now moved into southwestern Tipton County. That's going to be coming right towards that community of Quito, the Forest Hill Golf Course area, down towards Cuba, and headed towards Millington and Orgill, Rosemark, Atoka, those areas. Now, I will say again that the VIL product here, the reflectivities that are coming off of that have lowered once again here in the last 5 minutes. That is a fairly good sign for the area around Millington. If that continues, perhaps this will be just torrential rainfall and small hail. But right now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out for the large hail threat there. And I'm going to shoot up just a little bit up to the Covington area, because I'm also noticing here just on the eastern edge of Covington, leaving town, but basically kind of passing over the Covington airport and moving to the east towards, we'll say, Stanton I just lost it. I've just lost the name of my counties. Haywood County. Sorry about that. Because we don't cover them, I don't pay attention to them quite as much. But Brownsville, certainly up there in Haywood County. That storm is moving in that direction. And you notice also that the Covington Airport is now reporting strong and gusty north winds. So the leading edge of those storms has passed by. They're now getting winds off the backside of that system. They've just actually shifted to the northwest, gusting up to 22 knots, which is about 28 miles an hour. So, well, all of the areas ahead of these storms are getting southerly winds. Now on the backside, we've got our first evidence from an actual weather reporting station there of a northwesterly wind behind these storms. The good thing with northwesterly winds, when you have storms like this pass through with a tornado threat, is that means your tornado threat is over. You've got to have those winds turning with height from south to southwest to west as you go up. And a northwest wind at the surface basically undercuts all of those other winds and eliminates the tornado threat. So good news for those of you on the northern side of Tipton County. Let's see, winds picking up around Lucy now. We've got a report of those winds picking up. Lucy is there up in the northwestern part of Shelby County, just south of Millington. The outflow boundary has moved through that area, and we have the, I believe it's Charles Baker Airport that is just south of Millington. I'll probably be corrected on that. Yes, that is correct. Charles Baker Airport, because DeWitt, Spain is down by the downtown. We'll probably see the winds shifting around there pretty quickly here as well, as the outflow from these storms starts to move across northern Shelby County and move towards northeastern Shelby County along the Highway 14 corridor, 385 over towards Lakeland. Those areas will start to see that wind shift coming at them as well. And that will be followed by the heavy rain and the potential for the hail in some of these storms as well as those gusty winds that are outflowing out of that storm and coming from the northwest. So we'll be looking for that wind shift as these storms move through as well. Anything that I need to hear about from the social media side? Hearing nothing. Do have a question that has come in from Ryan, who is asking about. So he likes us to go nerdy here and talk about CAPE. That's was referenced earlier. Convective available potential energy, which is basically a measure of how unstable the air is. And he's asking, why is there such a difference between values that are provided by the ECMWF, which is the European global model, and the HER, which is our high-res rapid refresh model that is what we call a convective allowing model or a mesoscale model. The difference between those two is stark. The global model tends to do a lot better at the big general picture, how upper level troughs and fronts and large systems are going to behave. The HRRR or the HRRR model is fine tuned to handle the small details. It's a much higher resolution model. It does not extend out past 48 hours. So it's basically kind of a short range model versus the European model or the American version of that, which is called the GFS. Those go out a couple of weeks in advance. So when you see differences between the models, some of that is to be expected because they are tuned to do different things, to provide different information. They're just really for kind of two different purposes. Now, for something like the CAPE values, the CAPE values can change drastically with small changes in temperatures and dew points and so forth. And so the European model does not have as high of resolution as the HRRR model does. And so it probably is not picking up on a lot of those kind of peaks and valleys or the high, if you've got a high temperature of 85 for the day, it may smooth out some areas nearby that may only reach 81 and kind of give them all the same general conditions. Where the HRRR model is much, much higher resolution and is going to pick up on a lot of those small nuances. So you're going to see some differences between those. What we really rely on for this is actual conditions that are occurring as measured by real-time observations to help us determine what some of those things are. I will say that generally, as you get into very short range, the short range models are preferred. And so the HRRR is going to be a little bit better probably than the Euro at picking up some of that kind of thing. But you also have to understand its nuances. And if it's got a temperature that's 3 or 4 degrees too high, the CAPEs are also going to be too high. So you kind of have to understand how all those models play together and all the parameters and stuff in it. But that's a really good question. Thank you for allowing me to nerd out with you tonight as we watch these storms come in. Appreciate you joining us. Thanks a bunch. As we're getting these storms starting to move into the metro, I'm going to remind you of some of the action steps that you need to be preparing for and being ready to take. Severe thunderstorm warnings mean that we are expecting very inclement weather, strong winds, hail, the potential for a tornado. And so you need to have your action plans in place and communicated with the rest of your family so that there's no confusion if you need to take action because of these storms. So make sure that action plan is ready. If you're downwind of these storms, you still have a little bit of time. Now is the opportunity if you need to run out there on the back patio before the lightning gets too close and, pick up those patio cushions or get the grill cover, keep it from blowing 3 neighbors up. Those sorts of things. You want to get that car under cover. You may do that. If you are ahead of the storms, do that quickly before they move in. You also want to be able to have ways of getting those warnings. And we appreciate you joining us on this live stream, but there are plenty of ways to get severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. Our in-house version is the Stormwatch Plus app. For those of you that have been with us a long time, you know that we had the MemphisWeather.net app that included Stormwatch Plus alerts in it. That app has been retired. We no longer can guarantee that you will get alerts out of that app. In fact, we will be officially shutting it down in the very near future. You need to be moving towards the Stormwatch Plus app, which is also something we built. It has those same alerts in it, but it does enhance those with some additional features. It is a nationwide app. You can use it for watches and warnings anywhere. You can set it for grandma over in Little Rock. You can set it for your aunt up in Seattle, where they had their first severe thunderstorm watch on record, I think, this past week. Yes, they can get bad storms sometimes as well up there. So it does work nationwide. It'll wake you up for tornado warnings at night. You can pick and choose what type of alerts you want to receive on it. Go to www.stormwatchplus.com and learn more about that app. It is available in the Android and App Store. Your alerts are going to have a very small fee on a subscription basis, but that basically allows us to continue to run that app 24/7 in the background for every place across the nation to be able to receive their alerts. And we do that without letting go of your data. It stays securely in-house. In fact, some of it we do not even have access to. It is secure there. It is not sold for profit. We also run no ads in that app, and we have no intention of doing so. So the subscription allows us to continue to operate that even when there's no bad weather in your area. Those servers are constantly on the lookout for anything that might pop up, and will give you those warnings within seconds, if not a minute, of when those warnings are issued. So make sure you check that out. The other thing that I will mention here, as I think we're getting a new tornado warning, I'm sorry, severe thunderstorm warning coming in here. That is for that storm that's over in Forest City. It is now headed towards far southern Crittenden County. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 10:30 p.m. This would include, in our coverage area, far southern Crittenden County, which is basically going to be Horseshoe Lake. Those areas around Horseshoe Lake, west of you back towards Hughes and Forest City, up to Anthonyville. But there's not a whole lot down there other than some rural areas, and of course, a very nice retreat area for those of us in this area like to go down and have a little lake time. Horseshoe Lake is a good one to go to. But they are now under the severe thunderstorm warning for up to 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we were looking at the hail signature on this storm. This goes until 10:30, and it is still right now actually is the strongest hail core that we see out there, moving into the Forest City area, and also coming in from the west into Hughes and Horseshoe Lake. Lori, and the answer to that is yes. The warning does include Forest City, Hughes, Madison, and also make mention of Horseshoe Lake in southern Crittenden County. So that goes until 10:30. The other thing I wanted to mention very briefly, as we're getting ready to watch these storms come through the Memphis area, we have been live now for roughly 2 hours. We intend to continue this until the storms cross through the majority of our area. And we do have appreciate you joining, of course, and following us on YouTube. Make sure that you're smashing that like button and hitting the thumbs up and getting notified when we go live or post videos there. But we also have a Patreon page that allows you to it's basically our virtual tip jar. And it's a way for you to be able to support us. Everything that you're getting right here outside of our app, all the social media updates, this live feed are all free. And it's certainly, we've got 5 of us on here tonight. We are staying up for you and making sure that you've got this information. We certainly appreciate it when you send us your thanks. And so Patreon is one of those ways you can do that. Very small amounts that you can donate just, once a month. From a couple dollars up to about $10 a month. You can choose how at what level you'd like to support us. It's on the screen now. You can scan the QR code or just go to patreon.com, look for Memphis Weather 1, and we would certainly appreciate anything that you would like to offer there, because we are giving a lot of this information out for free. So we have to make sure that we pay the interns their volunteer fee in full. So we appreciate you checking us out there on Patreon as well. Let's take a look
Eric,
a little bit at this morning's. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Would you mind taking a look at the warning for Shelby, Tipton, and Fayette County? The Weather Service indicated a few minutes ago that they have added a tornado possible tag to that warning.
Okay.
And maybe look at storm
velocity here. Let's see.
They did not expand on that. They just said they're adding a tornado possible tag.
Perhaps, yeah, I was going to say this area back to the southwest corner of it. Most of this is outflow. Driven. Let me scan up just a little bit and see if we can see anything. And if you see anything in chat or otherwise, that gives us some clue as to what specifically they're looking at. I don't see any notches really in there. Could be the structure of it, just kind of on this southwest side. It's kind of broken apart a little bit. There are some little weak embedded signatures of higher velocities in there. So it's possible that some areas down there is actually a TVS signature. It's not really in the storm itself, but it's kind of pointing us to the same general area, which is going to be right around General DeWitt Spain Airport, kind of on the southern edge of that polygon. So this is north of downtown. Downtown is not in this warning, but the southern edge of the polygon, which would include the North Loop, I-40, down towards Bartlett, we got southerly winds there. We've got northwesterly winds up at Charles Baker. So the wind shift has come through Charles Baker Airport. So I'm not seeing anything completely that stands out, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that moving forward. It is not a tornado warning. It is just an indication that there could be some potential rotation, and maybe it's a loft.
And we have a question. What size hail should we expect in southeast Bartlett area? We do have photos on Slack in the interns channel from Reagan from southern Tipton County saying most of the hail that they saw in southern Tipton County was about 3/4 inch hail. There was some smaller than that. But if you see anything different, let us know.
Comment to Reagan on that, if you would, Reagan. Would you send a @NWS Memphis tweet? Just send that to them. You could send them the picture, give them the location and approximate time for that. That would be extremely helpful. Thanks. And then as far as the hail signatures, those continue to weaken over southern Tipton County and northwestern Shelby County. They're kind of starting to move into the Millington area now. So we've gotten a report there that's valid, that helps a great deal, about 3/4 inch hail up in southern Tipton County. I would expect that's probably what we're looking at now in the storms that are over Shelby Forest, moving southeast towards the Bartlett area. My guess right now, let's see who asked the question. Okay. Captain Crunchberry Z. Thank you for that. There we go. Yes, sir. We expect the hail to probably be no larger than Captain Crunch size hail that you would find in the cereal box. Moving on. Thank you for the question. We do appreciate it sincerely. I'm still not seeing much of an indication of rotation there, unless it's just on the leading edge of that squall line pushing in. You see anything, Richard, that I'm not?
I do see a report of some pea-sized hail near Raleigh Millington area.
Okay.
Raleigh Millington Road and Bateman Road in that general area. They're reporting some pea-sized hail.
Okay. Raleigh Millington Road is going to be probably up there in the stretch, kind of Shelby Forest south into the North Memphis area. That would jive with what we're seeing where the heaviest precipitation is right now. And this stuff is moving in. Outflow boundary is moving into North Bartlett now. In fact, yep, I'm checking my weather station out in the backyard here at MWN. Winds have shifted to the north, and the rain is just about to start. I can hear the thunder outside. And so these storms are continuing to move across northern Shelby County. That would include moving towards Bartlett and Lakeland, towards Arlington, Rosemark. You've got pretty heavy rain and maybe some pea-sized hail up in that area. Atoka covered up. Millington, you got, as we were talking about earlier, it's pouring on the dome up there. So very heavy rain across northern Shelby County and the Millington area back towards Shelby Forest. And this does stretch down now towards areas just north of downtown, getting towards the northern loop of I-40. And towards 51 coming up north out of downtown. Those areas probably in the next 10 minutes. We'll start to see some of this heavy rain and potentially some small hail in there too. But there's definitely on the radar signature now, we're seeing this outflow boundary stretching across the county, which is going to bring those gusty northerly winds back in behind it. Looking here at Charles Baker Airport, wind gust to 26 knots, which is going to put us about 33 miles an hour for those winds coming out of the north. I am excited to see north winds moving into the county. That's a good sign as far as the severity of our storms as we head later into the evening. So I may be going out on a little bit of a limb here, but it looks like those areas north of I-40 may clear from the severe weather threat earlier than previously prognosticated. I'm happy to be on the wrong side of that. Let's see. Don't see any other questions up there. Anything on the social media side that we should address, interns?
Everything on social media is good so far. It's more specific questions like DeSoto County, Fayette County, but on the Twitter, we are receiving a lot of content about lightning videos and hail videos. So we definitely encourage people to keep sending those on in.
Absolutely. Yep. And those pictures that are coming in, we'll retweet them back out so that you guys can see what we're seeing and where that is, so you have a good idea of what's headed your direction as well. It's a couple of good pictures out of southern Tipton County there, with the hail starting to pile up a little bit. So let's see. So as I was mentioning earlier, as the rain moves over the radar dome, it might start to look like these storms are weakening some. And you can tell from this radar picture compared to what we were looking at 30 minutes ago or so, it does look like these storms have weakened, a lot less oranges and reds out here. Again, I'm going to tell you that is because those storms are going right over the top of the radar right now. And so that is causing the beams that go out from the radar to be attenuated, which means they basically are not seeing the entire atmosphere that they're trying to penetrate through. So, if you were to be looking in the distance and you were to put a translucent film in front of your eyes and try and see that same distance, well, you could know there's stuff back there and you could probably see shadows and so forth, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to see exactly what's going on behind that area. And that's kind of what the radar beam is doing right now, is it's trying to look through wax paper. It's what's going on the other side, and it doesn't have quite as good of a view. So as we loop this through, and I'm going to put it back to just a single panel here and watch this loop, you'll see how those storms are looking bright orange and red as they're coming in. And then as they get closer, the last frame or so, a lot of those colors diminish. In fact, it's pretty obvious here. If we look at this picture right here, you can see all of the oranges and reds up here by Jackson and Huntington back into northern Shelby County, and how the Forest City storm looks. If you look at those same picture now, a lot of that red is just gone. And that's just because that radar beam is going through this large storm, then this storm, then this storm, to be able to reach this storm out to the up here in Camden. So these storms are not weakening just because you see those colors drop off. As soon as it stops raining in Millington, those storms are all of a sudden going to get stronger again. And actually, they're not getting stronger either. The radar is just going to pick up those storms much easier because it's not looking through the storms to see them. So you may be seeing that on your radar, on your apps, or looking in other places and seeing what looks like, oh, these storms are falling apart as they come to Memphis. It's happening again. It always happens. No, in this particular case, we actually have technology and physics that can explain what's going on out there. So let's see. Let's see. Looking at the questions that come in on YouTube here, is the main line? Let's pull this back up. Is this the main line, as in after this passes through, most of the thread is over? This is the main line. That is correct. I do expect additional showers and maybe a few thunderstorms to pass through during the nighttime hours tonight. But because this is actually not the cold front. This is out ahead of the cold front. But the cold front will move through as well, and we will start to see a little bit more activity on radar. But the severe threat, once this line completely clears our area, will be ending for the night. So let's take a look at a couple of other questions. Let's see. How is it in Bardstown? I am out of town. Was there a tornado? I'm going to admit ignorance here and take a quick look at where Bardstown is. That is Kentucky. I do not have the answer to that question. We do not cover that, and I've been focused very clearly on the Memphis Metro for the better part of today. So I wish I had a better answer for you for that, but I really don't know. Let's see. Okay. So let's go take a look back. I'm going to split the panels up again here. And we're going to look back at the storm to the southwest. Interesting signature right there. This is going to be south of Forest City. And again, this is out of our coverage area, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but the storm warning does include the Horseshoe Lake area. There is the middle of a strong storm there. It does look like there might be a little bit of rotation in there. Yeah. And now we're looking at the radar beam up at about 4,500 feet here. So this is well off of the ground. I don't think the Little Rock radar is any closer. Let's see, does TMAM get out that far? It's pretty washed out up in that area. Maybe a little bit of outbound, inbound action in there, but that's pretty washed out there as well. So maybe a little bit of rotation out in that storm. We'll want to keep an eye on that for that storm as it moves towards Horseshoe Lake. That's still a good 20, 30 minutes from getting into the southern part of Crittenden County, but we'll keep an eye on it. See if there's anything the Weather Service is talking about that at all. The last comments I've got from that one is hail on that St. Francis storm is down to no bigger than ping pong ball size. So that's dropping just a little bit. And step away just for a minute as the storm passes overhead. I think I might be getting a little bit of hail here in Bartlett.
I can take over for just a moment.
I'm gonna step away just for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. So we are watching this storm continue to move to the east. It's around the Arlington area. We're looking at the TMAM radar, which is the one near the way station in DeSoto County. And basically, strongest area right now is over Bartlett and just to the north of Bartlett, actually. Between Arlington and Bartlett, right along, what road is this? This is, looks like Austin P. and 204, and obviously between Highway 70 and Austin P is the strongest area where all of this heavy rain and possible hail is falling. National Weather Service saying that, let's scroll back and find this warning. So the severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 10:15. They're expecting 1 1/4 inch hail, 1.25 inch hail, and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. 1.25 inch hail is, let's see what type of size hail that is. That is, they call that, I'm not up to date on my hail size, $half size hail. So 1.25 inch hail possibility for this area that is covered in the warning. Again, this warning goes until 10:15. It's currently coming up on 10 p.m. And we continue to watch this storm move to the east. This is the only storm that is moving through Shelby County at the moment. We do have some additional storms that are moving, continue to move east, basically over the Marion area, Crittenden County. And I am struggling trying to figure out which monitor I'm using. Let's see. So basically the heavy rain extends from Arlington into Bartlett, with some heavier rain also extending along 55 near Marion in Crittenden County, Arkansas. And we are watching this storm that is now southeast of Forest City, moving into the Hughes area. And there is a little bit of hail associated with that. Not as big of a signature, not as strong as a signature as the sail over Shelby County, but nonetheless, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Crittenden County, and that is in effect until 10:30 p.m. Expect ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust with this storm. This does cover. Warning does cover southern Crittenden County, so the Horseshoe Lake area. Let's zoom in here real quick. And eventually it's going to head towards the Walls area. If I look at my product here off screen that does show in an hour, it should be over the river, directly over the river, basically northern Tunica County, and starting to move into far western DeSoto County. So about 11 p.m. it's going to be right on the river as this storm moves in. So if you're in the Walls area, down towards Robinsonville, Horseshoe Lake, Newport, just be aware that this storm is moving east, and it will move into the area. This appendage here on the bottom, or rather the far southwest side of the storm, will continue to move east. The radar actually cuts off right here, so you can't see much more past that. Reason I'm using the TMAM radar instead of Millington is because the Millington radar is up here in Millington, and it would have to shoot through all of this precipitation just to show the backside of the storm. Suppose we could go to Little Rock, take a look at the storm from that viewpoint. So there does seem to be a little bit of line starting to form along Highway 79, basically from Mariana down through Stuttgart into Pine Bluff. There does appear to be a little bit of a line starting to form, so we're going to keep an eye on that, especially with this southern storm just west of Mariana and around just southeast of Forest City as it moves east. But right now, I hear Eric, and we're going to check in with him and see if he's got any reports.
I do have a report. We have still hail pinging on the windows here. I was successfully able to capture one hailstone, and it was about a quarter of an inch. So not very large, just larger than a pea. But the core of that storm, the bright reds, are about to be moving over my area now. So we'll see. It is definitely raining very, very hard. The wind is gusting, and the hail sounds like it might be just a little bit larger than it was before. Oh, yeah. Well, it's definitely getting bigger. Let's take a look at the bill. Switch over to me.
Yep. You got it.
Okay. I just had one hit my window that sounded like somebody threw a quarter at it. So
would you call that quarter size?
I was probably a quarter size hail. Might not have been quite that big, but it's just interesting to hear hail hitting your windows because you can hear all the different sizes hitting the windows by the tin of the sound that it makes. So that core is passing over. In fact, there it is right there over North Bartlett. That extends up along the Highway 70 corridor from Bartlett up towards Arlington and Lakeland. So judging by what these values are here and what kind of hail I'm getting, then we can give a pretty good estimate of what others are getting. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued that includes me again. So my alert app is about to go off. It includes the Highway 70 corridor in Northeast Shelby County. It includes I-40 going out from the flyover out into Northeast Shelby County. It includes Cordova and Eads. It also is going to include almost all of Fayette County. The exception probably being Piperton. Yep, Piperton's out of it. Everybody else is in it as these storms move southeast, and they are making a torrential amount of noise. So I don't know if you can hear that in the background. Hopefully not.
So that warning is in effect until 10:45 p.m. Fayette County, Hardeman County, and East Central Shelby County. Severe thunderstorm was located over Arlington, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Expect 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter size hail, or 1 inch hail with this storm. And just had a report of 1 inch hail in Tipton County, 2 miles northeast of Dixonville. And Leslie in Bartlett says that, yes, she can confirm pea-size hail.
Yeah, and this last little core that's coming through now is probably got a few stones in it that are going to be a little larger than that. They're probably up to dime size. So still just barely below severe limits. But these VIL values for this warning do include some that are a little bit more elevated out over our northwestern Fayette County neighbors, Braden, Galloway, Arlington, you guys up in that area. Based on the values we're seeing here from this product, I would expect that you're pretty close to 1 inch hail up in that region. And these storms are moving off to the east southeast. So we're looking at the areas across northern Fayette County being the next ones to see these storms coming through. That will include the wind shift at the beginning, right ahead of the line of storms, very heavy rain, gusty winds, and some hail in these storms. Right now, I do not see a tornado threat. I'm pretty sure there was not a tornado possible tag on there.
There is not. Would you mind checking just since you've got it up there?
Yep.
See if there's any kind of
Rotation.
rotation.
Yep. So I'm really seeing more outflowish type winds. There's maybe a little bit of a kink in the line on the south side of Bartlett, but it's really kind of where one storm ends and another storm begins behind it. I'm not real concerned about that. I'm going to take those off. Yeah, it should be mostly outflow going through those areas. Because that area where I see what potentially could be a little rotation is actually not underneath a thunderstorm. So I'm not concerned about it in the least.
And we're
how about
being asked about the forecast track for the St. Francis storm. I did go over that just a few minutes ago, but you can revisit that if you'd like.
Let's put the tracks back on these. And that track is useless. Okay, so that storm is still going to move through southern Crittenden County within the warned area, Horseshoe Lake area. It looks like the strongest part of that storm, though, moving on kind of an east-southeasterly track where there is some potential still for a little bit of rotation in there at mid-levels, so nothing necessarily down near the surface. But, all of these storms that are kind of by themselves are supercell storms, and so they by nature are going to have some upper level rotation in them. That appears like that core of the storm would probably go south of Horseshoe Lake and actually pointing towards far northern Tunica County. So we're just going to throw up the flag here for Casino Strip. This storm is headed in that general direction towards Robinsonville and down into northern Tunica County. There is not a warning for that right now. I would expect one before too long for those storms headed into that area.
And it looks like, as far as timing goes.
Oh goodness! Now we're getting some great big size hail. Holy cow! It's pounding.
If you want to go,
I'm going to step away for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. So the track of the storm that we're looking at here in St. Francis County, that is going to move to the east-southeast, expected to be near the river by 11 p.m. Actually now showing that the Weather Service now showing, the track of this now showing that should be in northern Tunica County and western DeSoto County by 11 p.m. So if you're in those areas, Robinsonville, Horseshoe Lake, western DeSoto County, just be aware that storm that does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it should move into that area over the next hour. This is showing it should be mostly in northern Tunica County by 11 p.m. Switching now, we do have a new flood advisory in effect for Shelby and DeSoto County in effect until 2 a.m. Don't have that on the radar just yet. As soon as it pops up, I'll let you know. But there is a flood advisory in effect for until 2 a.m. for portions of DeSoto County and Shelby County. I expect minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen, and an additional 1 to 3 inches are expected across the area. The Stormwatch Plus alert that you heard from Eric, that is a continuation of the current severe thunderstorm warning, and they are now upping the hail size to 1.5 inch hail. This storm is near Arlington, moving east at 50 miles per hour, expecting ping pong ball size hail, or 1.5 inch hail, and 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this storm. The storm is this severe thunderstorm warning continues until 10:45. Again, this is for go back to this. This is for Fayette, Hardeman, and East Central Shelby County. And looks like they upped the report based on social media. Speaking of social media, is Anyone, any of the interns, gals, have anything from social media you want to chime in with?
Richard, I'm back.
Getting a lot of hail reports from social media, according to Reagan.
Are you got me?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yep. So the rain let up, and all of a sudden the hail got larger. So we had definitely some quarter-size hail mixed in with a little bit smaller hail. The mulch bed out in the front of my house is about 50% covered with hail right now. It's actually pretty interesting to look at. So definitely that storm that is coming. And so this is, I'm referencing a storm coming out of Bartlett, moving into Lakeland and Arlington now. And let me go ahead back to the Ville product, and you can actually see where that is.
They upped the alert you got was because they continued it, and they actually upped the hail size to 1.5 inch hail.
Okay. Well, I definitely had 1 inch hail in there, and it might have been 1 1/4. It was a little bit larger. And so Lakeland is under that right now.
There is a report near Ellendale of 1.5 inch hail.
There you go. Yep.
And
so that's the north side of Bartlett.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Crittenden, St. Francis, Lee, and Tunica County. So that's the storm we were talking about earlier. That's eventually going to move into northern Tunica County and western DeSoto County. That's severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11 p.m. Expecting 1.5 inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts.
So I'd like to take a look at that one, and then I also want to focus some on the Memphis proper right now, because a lot of these storms are up in the northeastern suburbs. We haven't spent too much time, unless I missed it, on talking about downtown into Midtown and East Memphis and those areas. We'll start with the new severe thunderstorm warning, which, as Richard just mentioned, is just to our southwest. It does cover the northern half of Tunica County. This does include the area where the casinos are, far northern Tunica County, down to the town of Tunica, and all of the a lot of agricultural land out in between those areas, and it extends back into areas outside of our coverage area. The far southwestern tip of Crittenden County is included in this. It technically includes portions of Horseshoe Lake, so just considered Horseshoe Lake to be part of that warning. It looks like the core of that storm is going to pass along and just south of Horseshoe Lake on an east-southeastern trajectory, moving to the east-southeast at around, it says around 20 miles an hour. So these storms have slowed up a fair amount since we first started tonight. So that's going to take an hour or so to get down into northeastern Tunica County and getting close to DeSoto County. Let's spend a minute talking about the Memphis Metro. I'm going to zoom in here to Shelby County. So all of these storms are moving to the east-southeast. We do have a few indications of hail potential right now, also on the north side of Memphis. This would include the North Loop down into the Rhodes and Overton Park areas. Maybe some of the Midtown area and Medical District could be seeing some small hail in these storms as well, but all of these areas are getting very heavy rain. Winds have shifted and are gusting up to about 35 miles an hour out of the north on the backside of these storms. So it's pretty gusty, very heavy rain, and then that small hail potential as well. So those storms are moving to the east-southeast, so they're going to be headed across the inside of the 240 loop. Over towards the East Memphis area, and Cordova will be the next destination for some of those storms, although they are already getting heavy rain in those areas. But be aware that the hail is kind of trailing some of the heavier rain. And then we've got the storms up in northeast Shelby County right now as well, included in this warning that I believe goes until 10:45. So that's another 30 minutes. Strongest hail signatures right now are going to be over Ellendale, up towards Brunswick, the town of Lakeland, down to around Stonebridge, basically areas that are north of Highway 64, and that extends up into Arlington, but particularly along Highway 70 and along the I-40 corridor in northeast Shelby County, say from the Wolf Chase area northeast as you're headed out of town. That is the area that's going to be seeing the heaviest rain and the potential for hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. Those storms extend up into northwestern Fayette County as well. Another pretty good cluster of storms now east of Galloway and Braden, heading towards north central Fayette County, staying kind of north of Highway 64, but crossing over 194, 196, kind of east of there and up 194, and also State Route 59 from Braden, coming out of Braden. That area has got a pretty good hail core, 1 to 1.5 inch hail likely in that area. And these are going to be moving towards the east-southeast, which is going to put the Highway 64 corridor in play, Oakland out to Somerville. You're going to be seeing these storms moving through here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. So be prepared for very heavy rain, which is at your doorstep now, that wind shift, and of course, then some hail also on the backside of that system as well. What else? Anything from comments coming in on social media or anything like that? See if there's recent comments on YouTube. Heather says that hail was no joke in Bartlett. You are absolutely correct. Haven't seen hail of that size in a little while. One thing I'm also noticing here, I want to point out, because it's just as important to tell people not only when there are threats coming their way, but when they are clear. Tipton County, you have been removed from the tornado watch. You are no longer in a tornado watch. It has been canceled for Tipton County, Lauderdale County. It will include Mississippi County, the rest of the counties that were under the tornado watch in the metro. That includes Crittenden County, Shelby County, Fayette County. We are still under the tornado watch, but Tipton County, even though you have some rain still falling up there, and we'll probably get some for a while, you are all clear from that tornado watch. If I've got one of my interns that can post an all clear for Tipton County, please, for this evening, that would be fantastic. Let's see. Heavy rain coming down in Oakland. Yes, ma'am. That is certainly the case. That storm is going to be moving over you for the next half hour or so. And I think that's all of the more recent comments there. Lorian or Reagan, any questions that you want to bring up? I know one of you is getting that tornado watch clearance, so I appreciate that. All right.
I'm going to show a kind of a wider view.
Yeah. I'll be happy to take over on your job there for a minute, Richard.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to do that. All right. I'm going to show a wider view, if I can get all of this to work here. Stand by as I try to make adjustments here. All right. So we're going to take this off here for right now. So we can see that basically it's lined up. The line of thunderstorms is basically from northeast of Jackson, Tennessee, along I-40 into Shelby County, with the one storm near Marianna pushing into northeastern or northern Tunica County. All this activity is moving to the east, and while there are a few thunderstorms starting to develop back behind the main line, we don't expect those to be severe. And the severe thunderstorm watch, or rather the tornado watch, is still in effect until 11 p.m. For another 40 minutes at the least for Fayette, Shelby, and Crittenden County. And we will take a look here at this. I'm going to switch this back to Memphis, to the Millington radar rather. And let's take a look. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Fayette County as well as eastern and northeastern Shelby County. Again, that is in effect until 10:45 p.m. So another 25 minutes left on that storm. It is also in effect for Hardeman County. And severe thunderstorm located near Arlington, moving east at 50 miles per hour, 1.5-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. 1.5-inch hail that equates to ping pong ball size hail. We have had reports, even in the Ellendale area, of 1.5-inch hail. We do see some reports now of, let's see, this is penny size hail just north of Cordova. We do have some 1-inch hail. Let's see, it's going to be north of Stage Road along the Germantown Road area. And looks like the hail threat, let's take a look at that. Hail threat now is basically north of Cordova, and Cordova again reporting 1/2-inch to 3/4-inch hail. Lakeland area. So the hail signatures for this storm have definitely decreased over the past little bit, and they that's a good thing as all of this continues to move to the east. Let's see if I can get it on this. And another signature to note is these values, these lower reflectivity values here through Germantown, now through Capitolville, South Haven, and moving into Collierville. That is some outflow that's moving out of this storm and moving southeast. So in Collierville and in South Haven and in Olive Branch, here in the next anywhere 5 to 15 minutes, depending on where you are, this storm should, or rather this outflow boundary should push to your from northwest to southeast, and it is going to bring some cooler weather or cooler winds with it, probably some gusty winds. Actually, speaking of winds, let's just take a look at the winds, and we're going to look at this product here. So in Olive Branch, we are seeing probably some maybe 30, 35 mile per hour gusts along the leading edge of this line. Those gusts are going to be basically from the northwest. So these wind gusts, this outflow boundary is going to precede the storms coming in. And we switch it back to this mode. And now we're going to go back to TMAM radar, maybe get a little higher definition with that, a little less clutter. Yeah, we can see the outflow boundary now actually pushing south. Is that the outflow boundary? Yeah, so the outflow boundary actually now past South Haven, moving into Olive Branch, and about to move into Collierville here in the next 10 minutes or so. And there is a threat for some gusty northwest winds behind as that outflow boundary moves through. And we pan to the west, and here is Memphis here in the center. We go to the west in Crittenden County. So this storm is continuing to sink to the southeast as it moves east. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until, let's pull that one up, until 11 p.m. That is in effect for southwestern Crittenden County as well as northern Tunica County. It does not include DeSoto County. And by 11 p.m., this storm should be right on top of the casinos there. And we're expecting 1.5-inch hail or ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds with these storms that move into the Robinsonville Casino Strip area by 11 p.m. We are not seeing much in the way of rotation with any of this, so that is a good sign. The hail threat has pulsed down for right about for this latest scan. And we're going to back it up just a little bit. There was some stronger hail just south of Hayes, along Highway 1, north of Mariana. So right before it moved into Mariana, there was some stronger hail signatures, but those have pulsed down a little bit. We're going to watch those and make sure that they continue to pulse down. We'll keep an eye on that. But a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11 p.m. for southwestern Crittenden County as well as northern Tunica County. We'll we're going to keep an eye on that storm as it moves into the Casino Strip area in the next 30 minutes or so. Expected to be in Casino Strip area, Robinsonville area, by 11 p.m. If you're in Fayette County, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you. This, again, does include eastern Shelby County, as well as most of Fayette County, and it is in effect until 10:45, so another 20 minutes left on this current warning, and we're expecting half dollar size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's a 1 1/4 inch hail with this storm. Heaviest rainfall right now, just north of Germantown through the Cordova area and up through Eads. So if you're in that area, you're probably getting some pretty heavy rain, probably some small hail as well. That storm is moving to the east. Again, let's see, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. So this storm is going to continue to bring heavy rain, dangerous lightning, frequent lightning, damaging wind gusts, and small hail to these areas, mainly East Memphis, Germantown, Cordova, Oakland, Eads, mainly south of 64 and west, or rather east of the 240 loop. And if you're in the Collierville area, this should move into Collierville. Let's take a look. Collierville, probably in the next 30 minutes, and as well as Central Fayette County. So if you're in the Williston, Moscow area, as well as Collierville, expect that to move in the next 30 minutes. And this entire line should be in southeastern Fayette County in the next hour. So by 11:30, it should be around the Hickory Valley, Grand Junction, and Sladen areas in northern Marshall County. This storm that is to our west, or rather to our southwest, in southern Crittenden County, by 11 p.m., it will be on top of the Tunica County, or rather Tunica, the casinos in Tunica, as well as the Robinsonville area, and mainly in far southeastern, or rather southwestern DeSoto County. And in the next hour, it will be in further east into southwestern DeSoto County, as well as central Tunica County. And so if you're in the Highway 51 or Highway 61 corridor in DeSoto County down through Tunica County, expect that storm to move in around 11 p.m., probably 11:15, somewhere around there in the Highway 61 corridor. And then further in the Highway 301 corridor in DeSoto County, probably in the next hour. So by 11:30, you should start to see some storms there. Right now, this storm again is showing that is moving southeast at 20 miles per hour, and expecting to see ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We do still have a tornado watch in effect for Fayette, Shelby, and Crittenden counties until 11 p.m. So another 30 minutes left on that particular watch. There is no watch out for any counties in Mississippi. We do have, let's see, we're going to back out a little bit here. So we're going to cut this, and we are going to share this screen. So here's a look at the watches and warnings, and this is not the one I wanted, but this is the one that will work. So you can see a much wider view. This line basically through Bowling Green down to almost into Nashville, Jackson, I-40 area basically is where this entire line is lined up, and then back into far eastern Arkansas. Not a whole lot of development behind this line, south of Little Rock or southeast of Little Rock. So hopefully that trend continues. Let's take a look at the latest model here off screen, and Yeah, not much activity for northwestern Mississippi, to be honest. From the latest models, there are some storms that possibly fire up after midnight, but not really seeing a whole lot of a severe threat, which is probably why Storm Prediction Center decided not to issue any watch for northwestern Mississippi. Eric, have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, so I've had a couple of people that have raised questions about places that might be in the all clear. Saw one about Marion. We on my radar. Here we go. So, Marion, you are still in a tornado watch for now, but technically with those storms clear of you, most of Crittenden County outside of the far southern portion is pretty much in the clear. Yes, officially, no, you are still in the tornado watch, but that watch does expire in 30 minutes. So I don't think they're going to clear another set of counties in 30 minutes. I think they're going to decide if there's any places that need to be extended a little bit longer, and those may be areas to our east. But the storms are past you in Marion. You can go to bed for the night and sleep soundly. Tipton County, we've already mentioned, is cleared out. Let's see. So that's pretty much the areas in our coverage area that are all clear. There's still quite a few showers and thunderstorms. And even still, as Richard was mentioning, some pretty good hail signatures on the east central portion of the county, all the way down to Germantown, and basically stretching from Oakland to Germantown. So clearly not all done there yet, but give it another 30 minutes to an hour or so, and hopefully we'll have that much better situation for you guys there as well. Saw several reports going into the Weather Service of the hail that we encountered. We talked about just a little bit ago here in the Bartlett area, continuing off to the east and southeast. So those storms do continue to produce pretty good size hail. I will be curious to see over the next 30 minutes what they decide to do about the tornado watch. I'm pretty sure that the only counties left in it are the three right through the middle of our metro, as well as the St. Francis. St. Francis County is in that watch, and then a few counties up to the northeast, Madison and Hardeman, and some of those. So we'll see what they do, if they're just going to let that completely drop and just handle the additional storms that are moving through that area over the following 30 minutes to an hour, just with warnings as needed. But I don't really know exactly how that's going to be handled. I can tell you, for most of us that are here in Memphis and Shelby County and in Fayette County, within an hour, we should be pretty much all clear with these storms moving off to the southeast from us. So we are getting there. Appreciate everybody who has hung in with us tonight. We are now pushing the 3-hour mark, getting close on this live feed. So thank you so much for those who have joined. Appreciate all the great comments. We certainly, this was not a busted forecast by any means. We did have a large enhanced risk over us. That is a level 3 out of 5. This was, it was not a 5. It was not a 4. It was a level 3, and we have strong storms that went through areas to our north. Have seen some tornado damage up in northeast Arkansas, and probably going into western Kentucky, which are in that same area. We've got severe level hail. We've got high winds and some damage up in northwest Tennessee, I think, from some of that. So this is not a busted forecast. Your backyard may not have gotten hail or high wind. They can't carve your backyard out of an enhanced risk that covers several hundred square miles. So I guess be fortunate, as we all should be, that it wasn't worse, at least at this point. And with the atmospheric ingredients we had in place, there's no reason to do anything but put out a tornado watch and warn for that potential threat. So we've seen rotating storms passing through the area tonight. Let's see. Any comments there? I don't see anything else. Let's see. Can you explain, nerdy, if you'd like, why when storms get behind the outflow they lose their punch? Yeah, that's a really good question, and there is an explanation for that. So the storms that can live on the outflow, in other words, they are kind of anchored to the outflow, get that wind that is blowing into the storms. So, say the outflow is directly underneath the storms. They're getting their basically moisture and their fuel from the winds that are blowing into the storms. It's called inflow. And so you got southerly winds out ahead of the storms, and they are feeding those storms, generating the updrafts and so forth that take place once they get into those storms. If the outflow runs out ahead of those storms, it basically results in the leading edge of those storms running into winds that are already out of the north or northwest, the winds that have pushed out of that storm. So if we take a look, let me just demonstrate here. I'm going to put the velocity data, and we'll take a look at these storms that are kind of getting undercut a little bit. So let's look at Collierville. And I'm going to zoom in nice and close here so you can see it exactly. So the storms are now to the northwest of Collierville, moving towards Collierville. If you look at the wind velocity signature, the wind shift is to the south of Collierville. The storms are back up here. The wind shift is down here. So these storms that are moving into the Collierville area are moving into an area where the winds are already out of the north. They have been cut off from the inflow or the unstable air that's ahead of these storms by that wind shift. Now, that doesn't mean it completely shuts off the storm, because that wind shift is maybe only a couple thousand feet deep. So above that outflow that is occurring near the surface, you still have the southerly winds that are feeding into the kind of the above the surface level, mid levels of the storm. So you're still going to have some pretty good storms. But what they've done effectively is just put a barrier between that wind that's flowing into the storms, that's feeding the storms at the low levels, by having the outflow there, the barrier to keep that wind from flowing into the storms. So when you typically see storms that remain strong, say you have a squall line, that storms are remaining strong as they move, let's just say they're moving across West Tennessee, you've got a squall line. As long as those storms can stay up with the outflow, be on the outflow or just behind it, they're generally going to remain fairly strong. But if they, for some reason, that outflow outruns the front edge of the storms, in this case, several miles out ahead of the leading edge of that storm, the winds have already shifted, then you've basically cut off the food, the low-level storm food that's needed to maintain strong storms. So it doesn't mean you can't have, some strong storms and stuff, but when that happens, you're taking away one of those ingredients, and that really especially affects with the low level winds shifting to the north. You have basically cut off the tornado threat from that particular storm, because you have to have the turning winds at the lowest levels, from the surface to the ground all the way up. So you need, the southerly winds out feeding into the storm. You need southwesterly winds in the mid-level storm. You need westerly to northwesterly winds in the upper levels, and that causes that turning. So if your storms get outrun by the outflow, then that typically is going to be good news from a tornado perspective. That's why we have to watch for these storms like that are on the tail end of this outflow boundary that extends all the way from, in our area here, Hardeman County, down through Fayette County, southern Shelby County, all the way down to the storm in Mariana, because down here, there weren't a whole line of storms to create an outflow and push out ahead of it. So this storm moving into northern Tunica County right now is still getting this southerly wind feeding into it. It has not been cut off. So this is still a storm we need to watch for, potential for some severe level activity that can occur at the low levels. You could still get hail. You still get a lot of lightning and heavy rain. You could still get some strong winds, but you have effectively cut off the source for the spin that would be necessary to create this tornado. I hope that helps. Thank you for, again, letting me nerd out on you on there. But excellent question from Sun, Sea, and Sand. You've been with us all evening tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being with us. So let us maybe turn our attention back just a little bit here to the current picture. We do have a couple of storms of interest. One is now over the Horseshoe Lake area. We've been talking about Horseshoe Lake for an hour. The storm has finally made it there. The wind is not that impressive. And as I talk about it, the severe thunderstorm warning has just been canceled for Horseshoe Lake. So there is a thunderstorm down in that area, but it's no longer severe. It looks like that's going to be heavy rains and gusty wind and maybe pea-sized hail with that storm. Let's go back up to the northeast and take a look at our friends over in Fayette County. I know we've got a lot of you guys out there that are watching and pay close attention to what's going on as these storms come through Memphis and head your way. It is now your turn. Very, very heavy rains falling from Oakland down towards Rossville, down along the Rossville Road area, Oakland Road, leading down towards Macon Road, which cuts east-west over to Williston. So very, very heavy rain in there. The winds are pretty gusty, but these are all out of the north. So I'm not really concerned about a tornado threat for Fayette County. I am seeing gusty northerly winds, probably up to, we've seen 30 to 35 miles an hour, maybe 40 on the backside of that outflow boundary still being generated by the storms overhead. Let's take a quick look, if we can, at the hail signature as well. And that still remains. So hail is going to be our biggest threat with this storm. It is now near Oakland, the largest hail, and this could be up to a couple of inches in size. Let's see what the warning is saying about the hail size of this.
We do have a report of half-inch hail in Eads.
Half-inch hail in Eads, okay, and that was storms just passed out of Eads, moving into Fayette County, so that's what they got there. But this is the warning is indicating up to $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind, and so we could see 1.5-inch hail in the area from Highway 64, Oakland, down. This is Oakland Road coming south out of Oakland, down to Macon Road. So that area east of Chulahoma over towards Oakland Road. Pretty good chance of large hail in there. This is moving southeast. Williston could be up for getting some of that hail as it moves east out Macon 193. And continues south down Rossville Road towards Rossville. So that connector road from Rossville that goes up to Oakland, in those areas, that includes Macon. Macon is going to be right underneath this. And the other point of mention here is another hail core on the southwest side of this that is just inside the Shelby County line. If you've traveled along 385 there, as I did yesterday along this route, you're back and forth between Shelby and Fayette County about a dozen times, it seems. This is where that hail is falling. Spring Creek showing potential for 1 to 1.5-inch hail out over the golf course area out there. So hopefully not too much tree damage or anything from that. But that extends back down into the Collierville area, northern Collierville. This is going to be, let me simplify my map a little bit here, north of Halley Park, up towards Frank Road Park, and then north of there from Spring Creek is going to be east of Briarcrest. But the north side of Collierville, north of 72, headed towards where 72 and 269 or 385, whatever you want to call it over there, where that area comes together. That's where this is headed. And so Piperton and Collierville, not technically in the warning. The main area in Collierville is not in this warning. And it looks like, again, I just killed off another warning. And they have, looks like they're issuing a new one. There it is. Okay, cool. So we do have a new warning for Fayette County. This is taking the place of the one that just ended. So even though this area around Spring Creek is not in the new warning, let me manually provide you a warning that this hail signature is still fairly strong over the Spring Creek area down to about Frank Road Park, right along the 385, 269 loop to the north of Collierville. So that's going to be crossing that interstate and moving into southwestern Fayette County. Piperton is included in this warning. This warning also includes far northeastern Marshall County, north of 72. So basically just the part of Marshall County that's north of 72, and pretty much all of the rest of Fayette County that is south of I-40 is going to be included in this warning. So Somerville is included in there, Williston down to Moscow, and Grand Junction, and then points east over into, yeah, Hardeman County. Just double checking to make sure I did not screw that up. So Bolivar, Whiteville, Hickory Valley, all of you guys out there are also in this warning, which extends further east. So we're continuing to keep an eye on Fayette County. The heavy rain and hail will be exiting the eastern side of Shelby County from Germantown over to north of Collierville here in the next 15, 20 minutes. And I'm just going to pan out and take a look at the whole metro again to see if there's anything I'm missing. I'm not seeing anything. I'm still, though, behind this outflow boundary. Every time it crosses another airport that gives us observations, I'm seeing 30 to 35 mile an hour winds on the backside of this outflow. So as that continues to sink to the south and moves into North Mississippi, you folks can expect to see some pretty gusty winds. So Olive Branch, those winds have shifted there. You're over 30 mile an hour on your gusts. Not much in the way of rain there. It's kind of the backside of this line extends into southeast Shelby County. You do have the storm in northern Tunica County that's going to be moving southeast, but it's possible that DeSoto County may not see a whole lot other than the winds from the outflow boundary. It looks like even Memphis International got just brief heavy showers that moved over, and then a little bit of light rain on the backside of it. But kind of south central Shelby County also not getting a whole lot out of the system just by nature of the scattered to broken coverage of these cells as they move through. Pea-sized hail in Oakland. Thank you for those who are giving me the geography lessons. 194 runs from Macon down to Rossville. And let's see. I have a mention here on power outages.
Did you happen to cover the severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall County?
Yes. Far northern Marshall County.
Yeah, and Fayette.
No. Yes.
Yeah, Marshall and Fayette. Okay.
Yep, got it. And with all this wind, a very good point was made. I seem to be getting better at this. This is the power outage map for MLGW right now. Storms are all the way through Shelby County. We have a total of 293 customers out. That's phenomenal. There's times when it isn't so phenomenal. Give them their credit. There's been a lot of improvement that has been made, and to have a system like this, I know there wasn't 50, 60 mile an hour winds across the whole county or anything like that, but to have just a handful of scattered outages, kudos to MLGW. Let's just give it to them when they deserve it. That's a great job. Okay, Dapple Apple. Down there in Oakland, you want to see the fancy radar again. Let's shift over to the TDWR and see what we got. Here's the terminal Doppler. Looking at the reflectivities and the VIL signatures, which is our hail signature. And so let's just zoom into some of these areas between in DeSoto County. I see there's nothing substantial, but there are a lot of little pockets of very heavy rain. So just because you're down there doesn't mean that you're getting totally missed. You're getting a little bit of rain out of it, maybe enough to wash off the pollen for a couple of days until we get to Wednesday. The storm still over in southeast Shelby County has a bit of a hail signature with that. That seems to be declining a little bit. Strongest storm, I would say right now, is going to be these coming out of Horseshoe Lake down to Robinsonville. There is a definite hail signature down in those areas. It looks like that hail could be up to an inch. It is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for northern Tunica County. And that goes, I've got to remind myself, until, that's the cancellation, 11 p.m. So when the watch expires as well for the rest of us. So that warning goes until 11 p.m. Very heavy rain, 30, 35 mile an hour winds, if not a little bit higher. And you're also going to be seeing hail for the Horseshoe Lake area now, Casino Strip, down to Hollywood and north of the town of Tunica. So far northern Tunica County, these storms continue to move off to the east-southeast at roughly 30 miles an hour or so. It's going to take it across northern Tunica County and southwestern DeSoto County into another town called Memphis, just south of Memphis, DeSoto County, Mississippi. There's got to be some history to that I'd love to learn someday as well. If y'all know it, send it to me. I'm interested. So we have Memphis, Mississippi, also about to get some pretty decent sized hail, perhaps, and definitely heavy rain. Horn Lake is getting the rain. This is going to be heading towards Hernando, Coldwater, Senatobia, and Tate County. You guys are coming for this storm. Probably going to be closer to 11:30 to 12 midnight before that gets into your area, and also for areas in eastern DeSoto and eastern DeSoto, maybe not as likely, but Tate County could see that storm moving through unless it starts to lose some punch here as well. And then we've still got the heavy rain and a little bit of a hail signature from the Williston area back towards Collierville, off there to the northeast of DeSoto County. So there is your TDWR TMEM look at the storms. Let's switch back and have something that's got a little bit longer range on it. All right, some reports that have shown up in here: 1 to 1.5 inch size hail from these storms as they went through the Bartlett area, also southern Tipton County. I don't see anything else coming in. Lorian or Gracie, do you guys see anything of note or any questions that are coming up repeatedly that could use an answer?
I'm not looking at questions or anything, but right now there's not really a whole lot going on new over here, so I'm just kind of watching the NWS updates.
Great.
Yes, I'm feeling the same way. It's kind of quiet so far, but I'm still continuing to watch
Great,
everything.
excellent. Yep, and I expect now that things have quieted down quite a bit in Shelby County that's going to be the case moving forward. Is all of you who are in Shelby County and outside of these warnings, you might be seeing some of this activity popping up back to the northwest, and those are not severe storms. They are not expected to be severe storms. And let me just quickly turn on the lightning just to see if there's a few strokes of lightning back in there, but really not too much. I think that's going to be the trend as we go into the nighttime hours. Shelby County, you are still in the tornado watch for another 7 minutes. I don't see any signs. Okay, here's some new information from the Weather Service on the watch process. A new tornado watch is going to be issued for all of North Mississippi through 5 a.m. They will cancel the counties as soon as the threat clears. So, breaking news for those of you in North Mississippi, it says all counties, so I have to assume that's going to include Tunica, DeSoto, Tate, and Marshall counties. We can prep that watch for when it's issued on our social media side. New tornado watch will be issued until 5 a.m. and we want to include messaging in there that as the storms move out, the tornado watch will be cleared. So it is not a threat that is going to extend until 5 a.m. for DeSoto County and some of these other counties. But because this line has not moved through, there are still some severe storms within the line, and especially off farther to the east of us as this line moves down into northeast Mississippi. There is still a threat of severe weather there. I do not know if it's going to be, let's see if it's a tornado watch. It is going to be a tornado watch. But that will be issued for North Mississippi until 5 a.m. It appears as though the tornado watch for Crittenden, Shelby, and perhaps Fayette County, they might do a local extension on Fayette County for maybe an hour. But I certainly would think Crittenden County and Shelby County will be allowed to expire at 11 a.m. So that is the all clear except for Collierville, who is still under this one storm with hail. You guys are, it's coming down pretty good out there, between 72 and 385 from Carriage Crossing up through the Halley area, up to Halley Park. The FedEx W World Trade Center, World Tech Center out there is in that area. So pretty good size hail still coming down there. But for everyone else, this is your all clear for Shelby, and Crittenden counties. And let's see, I'm going to take just a moment here to clear our ticker that's on. Just a second. All right.
Okay.
So
I'm around if you need some help.
I'm doing okay. We're just talking about the extension of the watch that's going to be made here. If we could get a new ticker up for a new tornado watch for North Mississippi
Sure.
until storms clear the area. It will not go until 5 a.m. So I would expect that within an hour or two, most of our areas down there in North Mississippi are going to be cleared from this particular watch that's coming out. We'll know officially here in 3 minutes how they're going to handle the watch for Fayette County, Shelby County, and Crittenden County. But for those who are dropping off, thank you again for joining with us tonight. We've had a large number of viewers. Really appreciate you all doing that. And make sure you're following us on social media. Make sure you're staying alert at all times with the severe weather through the Stormwatch Plus app. This is probably a good time while I have just a minute to give just a little heads up. There is another severe weather threat that is right around the corner. Unfortunately, this is our third event in 3 weekends in March. It is getting a little wearisome, but it is early in the severe weather season, and we are looking at some couple of very nice days, Monday and Tuesday. As the humidity really drops on the north winds, we get a nice taste of spring with highs in the 60s. But Tuesday night, that wind shifts back to the south, and we get this soupy air coming back in. And we have what could be potentially just as significant of a threat as we've had this time, perhaps more so. I haven't really dug into the details too much, but we are under a day 4 severe weather risk. Let me go ahead and pull that up. It's probably just best to do that. A day 4 risk for a large section of the country. That only goes to day 3. Here we go.
While you're pulling that up, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for DeSoto, Tate, and Tunica counties until 11:45.
DeSoto, Tate, and Tunica. Okay, there it is. That's for the storm moving out of Tunica County. We were just talking about this, going to cross over across southern DeSoto County. That's south of 269. Yeah, basically right on the 269 loop. So if you're south of 269, Hernando, that includes you. And most of Tate County for that warning.
And that is for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that is going to be southern DeSoto County, northern Tunica County, and Tate County until 11:45 with ping pong ball size hail, 1.5-inch hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this storm. That is basically right along Highway 61 corridor, moving into the Banks area in the next little bit. Hernando is in this warning, and pretty much all of Tate County and most of at least southern DeSoto County. Again, as Eric said, along and south of 269.
All right, I'm going to take just a second.
I didn't mean to steal your.
Absolutely, warnings come first.
Yeah.
All right. So as I was saying, Wednesday late afternoon and evening, we are once again in an enhanced risk on day 4 severe weather outlook from SPC. And this is showing some promise for severe weather as well. Another big, broad area of severe weather potential stretching over many of the same areas actually that were in the severe weather threat today. So do not let the guard down. Enjoy the next couple of days, but be thinking ahead. What are your plans on Wednesday evening, and how do they need to be modified? If you have soccer practice, if you are the coach of a soccer team, it is time to start thinking about it. And getting your parties together. If you've got, outdoor practices, if you have plans that are going to involve being away from where a safe place might be, you need to be starting to think about that because Wednesday is the start. You like to think Wednesday is the end after all of this we've been through, but Wednesday is the start of what is probably going to be 3 to 4 days of inclement weather. It will not be severe weather every day. This may be, probably will be the greatest severe weather threat of those days. But if we go out to Thursday, we are in a slight risk on Thursday for severe weather as well, as a front comes in, stalls right over the area. And it's going to sit here and just kind of waver over the Mid-South and up into the Ohio Valley for about 3 days. We do not have severe weather risks introduced yet on Friday or Saturday, but the rainfall totals here are very impressive and not in a good way. We have a moderate risk of excessive rainfall that could lead to flash flooding on Wednesday. We have a moderate risk on Thursday. And if I take a look at the 7-day rainfall total, this goes out through what looks like Saturday will probably be the end of this for us. This has as much as 10 inches of rainfall between now and next weekend in the Memphis area, and maybe higher amounts to the north of us and up into the lower Ohio Valley. This is just preliminary, but it is the rainfall is going to be significant and impressive, and probably is going to cause a lot of problems as we get into especially Thursday and Friday. And then as all this pushes out on Saturday with another front, there's a chance we could get one more round of severe weather. But it's going to be a very, very active week. We need you to stay in touch. Don't get weary. Don't, just throw your hands up. Stay alert, stay on top of things. We are not going to hype it. I'm just telling you what we see. This is not overblown. Just making sure that everyone is aware of the potential for severe thunderstorms. Once again, Wednesday late afternoon to evening hours. We'll narrow down timeframes more if we can as we get closer and exactly what those threats are and so forth. And then repeat rounds of heavy rainfall over the next 3 to 4 days from Wednesday night into about Saturday. So any outdoor plans that you've got all need to have a plan B for all of those, for that time period, and be ready to handle it as it comes up. So use the next couple of days to prepare for all of that. I'm going to turn it back to the current scenario at hand.
We do have indication now. The Memphis has not published their watch notification yet, but indications from SPC say that DeSoto, Tate, Tunica, and Marshall County will be under the tornado watch until 5 a.m.
DeSoto, Tate, Tunica, and Marshall counties. Okay, so that's all 4 of our counties.
Correct, and I've got that in the lower third here.
Perfect. And let's see, can I get an affirmative that we have watch up on social media?
It hasn't come
probably
out.
Hasn't come out yet. Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. So we're waiting for that, and that's perfectly fine.
Going to change this to a ticker instead of. That is not the one. There we go.
I'm just checking a couple of things here real quick. I'm okay.
Sure.
Pause here. I think a lot of folks are beginning to drop a little bit, but we still do have the Fayette County area and that storm in North Mississippi all by itself. So it's feeding off of all of its good juju down there. There's nothing to interrupt it.
So we are. I'm going to take this on a wider view.
Richard, do you need me to turn over to look at some of the other tasks here?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yep.
All right. So we are going to look at this. So a wider view showing. Why is this not loading properly? Try this again. To refresh here. So we can see that the line basically now moving through Nashville, now south of highway of I-40 south and east of Memphis, and this line will continue to push to the southeast. That's the reason the Storm Prediction Center has issued a new tornado watch in effect until that's not correct, until 5 a.m. New tornado watch in effect for DeSoto, Tate, Tunica, and Marshall counties until 5 a.m. We're not expecting the threat to continue for these counties until 5 a.m. We're expecting the storms to clear out of northwest Mississippi well before 5 a.m. But now the National Storm Prediction Center has issued a new tornado watch for these counties, basically all across northern Mississippi. You can see here on the left-hand side, the yellow, that is where the watch, that is what the watch covers.
Real quick, just before I put this watch out, are we still going with the wording that they're going to cancel watches as storms move out, or are we just going to stick with 5 a.m. Calibration?
Yeah, no, let's include that the watch will be canceled as storms exit the area.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yes, perfect. And I'm asking for clarification on our Southwest Tennessee counties as well. I'm working on that.
Okay.
Pardon. Get my phone to turn back on. Sorry.
Okay, we'll take a look at this one. So trying to reset here and pull in the latest watches. See if the Weather Service has. They have not issued the all clear from the watch yet for Shelby and Fayette counties. It was expected to expire at 11 p.m. It's currently 11:08, and those.
Richard.
Yep.
I've gotten confirmation from the Weather Service. The watch expired on time, so there is no longer a tornado watch for Southwest Tennessee. Good.
Okay, so the main storm that we're concerned with now is it's getting late. Main storm we're concerned with now is the storm in Tunica County pushing into southwestern DeSoto County, as well as northern Tate County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning out until 11:45 for those locations, expecting ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We do have another storm that is now out of Shelby County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette County and far northern Marshall County until 11:30 p.m. And this storm is expected to have 60 mile per hour wind gust and $0.5 size hail, 1 1/4 inch hail, and it is moving east at 45 miles per hour. Take a look at the track of this off screen, and it should be pushing into the Grand Junction, Hickory Valley, Highway 18 corridor there in far southeastern Fayette County in the next 30 to 40 minutes. So it is going to move pretty quick. It should be in around Sladen in the next 20 to 30 minutes. This area here, Mount Pleasant here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And again, along the Highway 7 corridor by 11:30, 11:45, somewhere around that time. The cell, we'll continue. So in an hour, that should be pushing into northern Tippah County as well as out of Fayette County. We're going to take a look at the storm now that is moving into western DeSoto County, northwestern Tate County. In the next 30 minutes, that should start to move over the I-55 corridor, so it should begin to move into Hernando in the next 30 minutes, as well as Coldwater. Yeah, that's going to be, well, more of the Arcabella area in the next 30 minutes. And then by in an hour, so at closer to midnight, that should be on the 55 corridor into Tate County, moving through the Coldwater and Senatobia areas. This storm could have 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it. I don't see a ton of hail indication right now. Let's look at velocity. I don't see much in the way. I don't see much in the way of any rotation with this. National Weather Service has not indicated this. I'm going to double check on that though. I don't believe that there's any tags that would indicate. Okay, so they do say tornado possible with this storm, and that was about 20 minutes ago. They did cancel this. Excuse me, that was 1 minute ago. They still say a tornado possible with this storm. I'm not seeing much indication of a tornado, but there could be a brief spin up at any point, and we're going to continue to keep our eye on this. But right now, a severe thunderstorm warning for Tunica, basically southern DeSoto County and much of Tate County in effect until 11:45. Current time is 11:12. We're going to watch this storm as it moves to the east, and again moving to the east at around 35 miles per hour. So not moving super quick. This will dump a lot of rainfall with it, some gusty winds, frequent lightning. There's a lot of lightning contained within this storm. It is the southern end of this storm. Zoom out a little further, and we can see that the storm itself is the far southern storm. So it's getting all the instability, all the inflow into it. There's nothing really stopping it from developing. So this could be a rather strong storm, and Weather Service, or rightfully so, has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for it. We do have a tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m. for all of North Mississippi. That includes Tunica, Tate, DeSoto, and Marshall counties. And all of this activity is moving to the east. And we're pretty certain that the tornado watch is going to be canceled or trimmed back for the counties in Northwest Mississippi well before 5 a.m. Basically, as this line clears the area, they should start trimming this back. But that's going to be at least an hour and a half before they start trimming any of these warnings. There are some indications that there are some pop-up showers, maybe containing some lightning behind this line. Those are not going to be severe. Those are just going to be scattered showers. Nothing to worry about there. Let's see if we've got any indication here. So again, if you're in Shelby County, Tipton County, and Crittenden County, you are in the clear. You are no longer under a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch. May see some light showers throughout the overnight. Fayette County still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and North Mississippi under a tornado watch until 5 a.m. And we are continuing to watch that that cell to our. Sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once here. All right, we're just going to go with this for now. And we are watching the cell in Tunica County, Tate County, and DeSoto County. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, basically east of Highway 61, west of the 55 corridor. This does extend north of the 269 corridor, which is this white line here. That is 269. So basically up to Memphis, Mississippi, and just west of Highway 301. And then south of 269, heavy rain all the way down to the Arcabella area. or rather Coldwater River area there at the county line. Some heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty winds associated with that. This is all going to move to the east. The Weather Service saying moving east at 35 miles per hour, expecting ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. If you're in the path of this storm, be aware that there could be a brief tornado that spins up. Still don't see any indication of tornadic activity, but there are gusty winds associated with this, and a tornado could happen at any time. There is a tornado watch for these areas until 5 a.m. If you are in the path of this storm, probably going to be some hail with this, and definitely gusty winds, frequent lightning, and heavy rain. Severe thunderstorm warnings are just as dangerous as tornado warnings, although especially with the fact that a tornado could occur at any point. Hail can do a lot of damage, as well as straight line winds. If you're in the path of the storm, just be aware that you need to seek shelter, get to the lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, away from windows and doors. Obviously, if you've got a storm shelter, head there, or a basement, that works as well. Let me put this into motion real quick. We're going to look at both storms. So the storm moving into through southern Fayette County, Moscow now getting some heavy rain. Heavy rain pretty much out of Collierville. And again, heavy rain in southern DeSoto County, moving into the Hernando area here in the next 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes. Stop this on the last frame. If we zoom into this cell, so the heavy rain is past Rossville. It is over Moscow right now and down to Mount Pleasant in Marshall County. And that is going to continue to push off to the east. So if you're in the LaGrange area, Grand Junction, those areas, expect some heavy rain, frequent lightning, and gusty winds with all of that. All right. We are going to, let's see, Weather Service now saying that this cell is going to move over Tunica. Yes, it is moving over Tunica as we speak. Actually, it is moved over Tunica. I'm not. Okay, they're talking about hail. I had to back up a couple things. So we're going to look at the Millington radar instead of this radar. Okay. Oh, wow. That's pretty impressive. So there is some very National Weather Service now saying tennis ball, maybe baseball size hail over Tunica. This is why we don't use the TMEM radar exclusively. This shot from the Millington radar showing some very significant hail going to move over Tunica. If you're in the Tunica area and your car is outside, just hope and pray because there is some large hail starting to move over there. Radar indicated over 2-inch hail. Maybe a little suspect, but the Weather Service, they're saying tennis ball, maybe baseball size hail moving over Tunica. That is going to move into the Pritchard area over the next little bit. It is currently over Tunica. So folks in Tunica, if you're there, beware that is some significant hail. Let me pull up this warning. Now, Weather Service, the latest on this warning, severe thunderstorm located near Phillip or 17 miles southwest of Hernando, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for Tunica. Baseball size hail and up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts are indicated. Locations include Tunica, Clack, Trinity, Cockram, Savage, Freeze, Corner, Commerce, Crossroads, Senatobia, Bright, Phillips, Strayhorn, Pritchard, Sarah, Eudora, Coldwater, Banks, Pogaville, Bowdra, and Bluff. So there is some pretty significant hail associated with this. Don't really see anything in the way of they still say a tornado could be possible, but destructive hail up to 2 3/4 inch hail, and that is what the hail tag did show on this 2.75 inches, and that's what the Weather Service is going with is over 2 3/4 inch hail. And this is going to continue to move to the east southeast. It is moving over Highway 61 as we speak. Let me see if I can pull this up on a different radar. Okay, so if you're south of Robinsonville, you're fine as far as the hail goes. That is the hail core is basically south of Robinsonville, just south of Hollywood. It's moving over Tunica, moving over North Tunica, and we'll head towards Pritchard and Savage. So if you're in those areas, basically north of Highway 4 in Tunica County, be aware that there is some pretty destructive hail moving into the area. And they are going to issue another severe thunderstorm warning just south of the Tunica storm. So it looks like this storm is moving a bit to the southeast. So Sarah, Dubs, maybe even Crenshaw could be in those areas with the new severe thunderstorm warning that is expected to come out. Weather Service now saying that they're seeing reports of golf ball size hail in Tunica. So yeah, there is 1.75 inch hail reported by law enforcement in Tunica. And Weather Service now saying that will likely get bigger. So golf ball size hail, 1 3/4 inch hail reported in Tunica, getting bigger as it moves east. So Pritchard, Savage, if you're in those areas, beware. There is some destructive hail coming your way, and it will be there probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It's going to be along the Coldwater River area, Highway 3 area, basically from Pritchard down to Savage. That is under the gun over the next 10 to 15 minutes because this radar is getting another scan hopefully soon. So again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:45 for southern DeSoto, northeastern Tunica, and Tate counties. And that is in fact until 11:45 with baseball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible. Baseball size hail, 2 3/4 inch hail, destructive storm as it moves over Tunica. And currently over Tunica now, actually the hail core is probably now between Tunica and Pritchard. So it's coming up on Highway 3 in the next 5-10 minutes or so. And there is my Storm Watch Plus alert. It just woke me up. So that should be coming here in the next little bit. The Weather Service did say that there was another severe thunderstorm warning coming for the south portion of this storm. And I would almost bet that this storm, for some reason I'm not getting the alert in Slack. I'm not sure why.
Which one are you looking for?
So I'm looking for the warning that just came out. I just
Is that
well,
is
let
it
me
on
check.
the one you're looking at on GR3 there?
I'm
Or another? There's not another one yet. They're drawing another warning now, it says.
okay. So
I'm not sure which one you're looking for.
I did get new severe thunderstorm warning a minute ago. And do not see that warning in any alerts. And I'm not sure where that is.
Where did you see it come across?
So I got push notification. I have Nashville. My location set up. There we go. It's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Nashville. Okay.
Okay, that's different. Yep.
That is different. Glad we got that. But so if you're just listening, we are covering a destructive storm over Tunica that is moving east. A new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that location, basically for northern Tunica County, most of Tate County, as well as southern DeSoto County until 11:45 with destructive baseball-size hail located over Tunica, actually now east of Tunica, and it's going to continue to move. The hail core probably pretty close to Pritchard and Savage now as it continues to move east. If you're in eastern, or rather western Tate County, north of Highway 4, west of Coldwater, Arcabutla area, along, let's see, what is this? Along Pritchard Road. Arcabutla, if you're in those locations, Pritchard, Arcabutla, Strayhorn, Savage, be aware that there is destructive baseball-size hail moving your way at the moment, currently near or just west of Pritchard, and expected to move over your location very soon.
Richard, do you want me to take over for a minute? It's fairly active on the other side over here too, so we want to assist in that. If you want to swap, that's fine.
I can continue. That's fine.
You're continue. Okay, yeah. I'll let you handle. That's your stomping grounds down there.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Reach out if you need.
So real quick, we're going to take a look at the storm here in southeastern Fayette County. That storm now east of Moscow, headed towards Grand Junction, Michigan City, and continues to push to the southeast. And we'll see that continue to move out of Fayette County and into northern Tipton County, and basically out of Marshall County here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. The real attention right now turning back towards the storm in Tunica County, about to cross into Tate County. It is going to stay well south of DeSoto County, looks like, the main hail core. Still showing the hail core over Tunica. That hasn't updated in a few minutes, in over 10 minutes. So we're going to hope that updates pretty soon. And look at another radar in a different location. So off screen, I've got the TMM radar pulled up that does show the hail core is increasing. That's not good. But the Weather Service did say that the hail core could increase as it moves east, and that appears to be what's happening. There is a small area that I'm kind of concerned with. Pull that area up. And it is just... So there is a little bit of an appendage starting to form, and it could just be the inflow from this storm. We're going to have to watch that pretty closely. But there is a little bit of an appendage starting to form on the southern portion of this storm. Not really seeing any tight rotation. It's all pretty weak at this point, or broad at this point. I'm going to go back to the hail product, and there we go. So we just updated the hail product. It is basically over Pritchard and just to the west of Pritchard. And again, going to move into the Arkabutla area. So if you're in the Arkabutla area, just be aware that there is baseball size hail with this storm. National Weather Service did say that there was tennis ball size hail reported, and now saying that there is baseball size hail, up to baseball size hail with this storm. And again, it's going to move into the Arkabutla area. Savage, looks like the hail core may stay just north of Savage, but if you're between, let's see, basically if you're between Coldwater River, Pritchard Road, and then north of Savage, that is the area for the hail core. If you are in western Tate County, be aware that there is a significant destructive storm headed your way. National Weather Service just updated the warning for that. They are now saying that 11:31, a severe thunderstorm was located near Arkabutla, or 9 miles northwest of Senatobia, moving east at 45 miles per hour. 2-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. Damaged people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. Let's see. Tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. There's a possibility that this storm could contain a tornado, but the main threat right now is 2-inch hail with this storm as it continues to move east. And moving east, it will move over into the Arkabutla area here in the next 15 minutes or so. Right now, over Pritchard and about to cross the Coldwater River, north of Savage, Highway 3. Just south of Pritchard. Actually, Pritchard's going to be pretty close. Pretty close to the center of this storm. Trying to get a bead on some of these roads here. It's a beat line road. So yeah, basically far eastern Tunica County moving into far western Tate County. Arkabutla definitely needs to watch out. Areas around Arkabutla, there is destructive hail moving your way, and not really any indication that it's going to let up anytime soon. We are going to take a look at the Weather Service, see if there's anything. I don't see any reports. They did report golf ball size hail in Tunica about 10 minutes ago, and did say that it was going to get larger. And the hail core really hasn't gone down over the past few scans. It's stayed pretty consistent. It'd be interesting to see what size hail. Take a look off screen at the observation from 19 minutes ago at Tunica. Reported northwest winds gusting 27 knots. This is an automated observation, so there's not going to be any hail indication there. So we are focused pretty heavily on this storm moving out of Tate County, moving into western Tunica County, headed towards Arkabutla. There is the possibility the likelihood for 2-inch hail with this storm. That is destructive hail. If you're in the path of this storm, definitely go indoors. Don't stay outside and try to film it. If you want to go outside, wait till the storm has passed. But there is destructive hail headed towards the Arcabutla area, right over Pritchard right now, moving over the Coldwater River there between Tate and Tunica County on the far western portion of Tunica County. And again, going to move into the Arcabutla area, basically north of Highway 4. So if you're in the Arcabutla area, be aware that that is moving your way. It is moving kind of to the east-southeast. Senatobia needs to watch out because, and definitely Coldwater, but Senatobia, the way this thing is moving, let's put tracks on here. So yeah, the track from the radar does show that it is moving east-southeast. And that hasn't changed very much. Coldwater could see the hail core. It's really too far out to tell right now because the storm itself appears to be moving due east, while the track from the radar shows that it's moving east-southeast. So Coldwater could actually be more under the gun for this destructive hail rather than Senatobia, but that doesn't mean that Senatobia is out of the woods yet. So we're going to watch this storm as it continues to push east, basically towards Coldwater. It's going to move over Arcabutla here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Actually, there could be, so the core of this storm is still over the Tunica-Tate County border, but there could be hail out ahead of this storm over Arcabutla. If you are in Arcabutla, if you know someone in Arcabutla, let them know that there are potential for 2-inch hail, 2-inch destructive hail moving into the area. Let me back out a little bit because we seem like we're kind of losing focus here. There is one cell over walls. It does not look that impressive. The main line is actually past walls. There's a little bit of more activity, basically from northwestern Tippah County all the way through northeastern Marshall County down towards north of Holly Springs, towards Reds Banks and Byhalia. Some development happening there. South of Mount Pleasant. Some development like southwest of Sladen, towards Highway 311, north out of Holly Springs, and towards Red Banks, and then over from Byhalia, basically over Hernando. There's some pretty heavy rain happening over Hernando. Let's see. So it is actually, that heavier rain is actually now east of Hernando. This image on the right is a little bit older. It's about 10 minutes older than the image on the left. And that heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty winds is going to be moving into the Highway 301 area, or excuse me, 305, around Cockrum and just north of Cockrum, just south of 269. So north of Cockrum, south of 269. Be aware that there is some heavy rain headed your way here in the next few minutes. Cockrum, actually, this indicates that there is some heavy rain headed towards Cockrum, probably some gusty winds associated with that as well. Yeah, maybe a little bit of wind gust out ahead of that, even down towards Independence. So the Highway 305 corridor, basically from 269 down to Independence, even a Highway 4 could see some gusty outflow winds with this storm as it moves across. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for southern DeSoto County, northeastern Tunica County, and most of Tate County until 11:45. So another 5 minutes. I'm pretty certain that they're going to issue another warning for this. I don't see any indications of this going away anytime soon. Another 5 minutes left on this warning in particular. I don't see any indications that they are going to extend this, which most likely they would just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. And
Hey, Richard, I have a quick question. Is Benton one of ours?
Say it again.
Is Benton one of our counties?
It is not.
Okay, didn't think so. Just wanted to check.
Okay. So I have been calling that Tippah County. That is actually Benton County. So yeah. So our coverage area does include Marshall County. It does not include Benton County, and Benton County is due east of Marshall County. There is a tornado warning now for Benton County.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about. Just wanted to check.
Gotcha. And then Tippah County is actually further east. So I've been getting those confused. But Benton County, now has a tornado warning. If you know of people in Benton County, just be aware that there is a tornado warning there. Again, we don't cover those two counties, but there is a tornado warning in effect until 12:30 a.m. for Benton County as well as Tippah County. It does include Ashland and Faulkner and the counties you see right there inside this red box. Let's see. So Tippah, Benton, Alcorn County till 12:30. Still waiting to hear from the Weather Service on what's going to happen with this cell in Tate basically Tate County. Moving into the Arcabutla area, actually over Arcabutla now. New severe warning coming for DeSoto and Tate County. Ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inch hail, and 60 mile per hour winds with this storm. So let's take a look. So there's the new warning, and take these tracks off. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for South Central DeSoto County, and Tate County until 12:30. At 11:42 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Arcabutla, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expect ping pong ball size hail, or 1.5 inch hail, and 60 mile per hour wind gust. Let's see. Locations include Barr, Luxahoma, Lurine, Independence, Crossroads, Senatobia, Arcabutla, Phillip, New Garden, Strayhorn, Love, Coldwater, Pogaville, Brett, Newtown, and Bluff. I don't see any tornado possible tag on this particular warning. They did have a tornado possible tag on the other warning. So the tornado warning, or on the other severe thunderstorm warning, not tornado warning. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:45. So another 2 minutes for Tunica and DeSoto County. And this new warning that you can see here is basically for most of Tate County, does not include Tunica County, and it includes far southern DeSoto County, basically south of let's see. So south of the rest area, the southernmost rest area, and basically if you're going down 55 after you pass the rest area, but before you get to Coldwater Bottom, that is the northern extent of this warning. It also includes, so it does not include Hernando Village Air Park. It does not include the rest area there, the northbound rest area, but it does include Love, and it does include Arcabutla, as well as Coldwater and Senatobia. All right, so let's take a look at the hail product again. So we're having issues trying to get this hail product to update on a timely basis. The hail product is a volume scan, which means that it takes roughly 8 to 10 minutes for the entire scan to complete, where the image you see on the right is a low-level scan. So it's a one and done. So it takes maybe a minute, 2 minutes to scan at the most, and then it's out. The volume scan, it has to go through the low level scan all the way up to the high level scans, get a accurate representation of the reflectivity, basically from the lowest scan to the highest scan, and then it puts all that together and gives you an accurate picture of potential hail in throughout the entire storm. So the hail product and the composite reflectivity, two products that are going to take longer to update because it is a full volume scan rather than just a one and done low level scan. So you can see it did update here. The hail core now, ignore this line, it's an artifact. Hail core right now over Arcabutla and Tate County landfill. So if you're Arcabutla and east along Arcabutla Road, let's see, VZ Road, and east of the Tate County landfill towards, let's see, this is VZ Road, Brooks Chapel Road, along Arcabutla Road, basically towards Coldwater. If you're basically from Arcabutla east to Coldwater, in that zone, you're going to be having the potential for large hail. 1.5 inch hail is, according to the National Weather Service, could see some 1.5 inch hail with this storm as it moves into Coldwater. I do see the Weather Service now showing that the severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette County has been canceled. Fayette and Marshall County, that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. There are some strong thunderstorms, basically from let's see, Michigan City in Benton County, south of Sladen, and north of Holly Springs. Some thunderstorms developing there. There's also another area of thunderstorms southwest of Byhalia towards Cockrum, towards the Highway 305 area, down towards Independence. Those are starting to develop a little bit. There is one cell, a little bit of lightning with this cell in southwestern Shelby County. Not a concern with this particular cell. And that is actually, let's put a track on, put an animation on that loop. So this cell is actually moving to the northeast, where everything else is moving to the east-southeast. So if you're in southwestern Shelby County, be aware that there is a storm headed your way. Not severe, not strong at this point, and it is moving northeast. So that should move through the 240 loop here in the next little bit. Not really a concern. There are some additional cells forming across eastern Arkansas. Those are also moving northeast. So it looks like we may have a prolonged area of scattered showers, maybe some thunderstorms behind this, but not expecting those to be severe. Turning back to the cell in Tate County, Weather Service now saying large hail in western Tate County. Yeah, that's all they say about that one. So we're going to take a look at this bill product. The core of this storm now basically between Arcabutla and Coldwater, right along Arcabutla Road. It is going to come up on Coldwater here in the next 5 minutes or so. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 12:30. Yeah, we have passed 11:45. That was the other warning. Until 12:30 for Tate County, far southern DeSoto County, basically south of the rest area. And does include Coldwater Bottom. Obviously includes Coldwater, but the core of this storm now east of Arcabutla, headed towards Coldwater. So if you're in the Coldwater area, there is some large hail headed your way. National Weather Service saying now that it is possible to see 1.5 inch hail. Previously, when this cell was in Tunica County, they had 2 3/4 inch hail. Up to 2 3/4 inch hail, which is baseball size hail possibility with this storm. There was reports of let's see, golf ball size hail in Tunica. And after it passed through Tunica, there was the chance that it could have gotten larger up to baseball size. Weather Service now saying 1.5 inch hail as it moves out of, it moves out of Arcabutla and into all right. So we do see that storm moving east into the cold water area here in the next 5-10 minutes. The core of this storm basically now moving along Arcabutla Road, headed right towards cold water. 1.5 inch hail is possible with this storm. Let's back out just a little bit and see if we can find. Tell you what, we're going to kill this guy here. I'm going to make some changes. And we're going to go straight to this view. This view here. Okay, so we can see that there is some showers located across western Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, just south of Forest City. Those cells really aren't of concern. There is upper right-hand corner, you can see the watch warning map. There is a flood advisory for far northern DeSoto County, as well as central and southern Shelby County. That's in effect until 2 a.m. There is a tornado watch in effect for all of northwest Mississippi until 5 a.m. But we expect that as these storms move through the area, the tornado watch will get trimmed back significantly. That box that is in far southern DeSoto County, as well as most of Tate County, that is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 12:45 a.m. And we do have indications that storm could see 1.5 inch hail. Again, when it was in Tunica County, it was 2.5 to 2 3/4 inch hail. Golf ball size hail reported in Tunica, and looking to see if there's any storm reports from the National Weather Service, from spotters, to see if there's any kind of report basically over eastern Tunica, western Tate County. Eric is hard at work in the background. I have muted his audio just for.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of typing going on. So.
Oh yeah, I keep trying to stop and start, and I think I'm going to jump back in, and then I go back to typing. My fault. Yeah, it's just checking in. So we got. Got that one, the one storm we've been discussing there in Tate County with the massive hail going on. But that's pretty much the last one that's within our coverage area, correct?
Yes. We have a question. How's it looking at Horn Lake? And Horn Lake is pretty much in the clear. There's a storm just to the north of you that is moving northeast. There is actually no rain in your immediate area. You may see some showers, maybe some scattered thunderstorms for a few hours more. You are still under a tornado watch until 5 a.m. But again, we do expect that this should be trimmed back as all of these storms start to push out. We do not have any indication of when that will be as far as from the National Weather Service, but indications from models show that this storm should be out of completely out of Tate County and into southern Marshall County by 1:30 a.m. So we're looking at this storm now that is basically over cold water and down into central Tunica County. This is going to move east, and it's going to encompass basically from Independence down to Sarah in Tate County and in 30 minutes. So around 12:30, that's about where it will be. And it will be moving into Senatobia during that time. And then in an hour, we should see it move south of Senatobia and be in the southeastern portion of Tate County, the Barr and Watt and Tyro areas. But to answer your question, Horn Lake, rather. It's not completely in the clear, but there are indications that it's probably safe to go to bed if that's what you're concerned with in the Horn Lake area. As long as you've got a way to get alerts overnight, and we do encourage you to download the Stormwatch Plus app. You can get notifications, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, tornado watches, cancellations, all that good stuff. And the tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings come with a wake me up alert. Those alerts will wake you up, as you can hear in the background from time to time. We use our own product. Stormwatch Plus is our own product. And we encourage you to download it. The app is free. You can download it and then go on to purchase your Stormwatch Plus subscription. That helps us out, helps us develop the app. And money doesn't go into our pockets. It goes into development and all sorts of back-end bills that we have to pay to keep the app going. So if you download Stormwatch Plus, we'll be grateful if you would sign up for a Stormwatch Plus alert account. It'll keep you up to date. Up to 5 locations, as well as en route, which follows you when you're traveling. It uses your GPS location, so you can ensure that if you're driving and you drive into a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, it will alert you just as soon as you cross that boundary. And be aware that you can decrease your battery significantly if you use en route. So it's only recommended if you use it while you're actively traveling, and then turn it off once you get to where you're going. You can set up to 5 locations. So your location, grandma's house, your sister's house, whatever, you can set those up. And the old saying is set it and forget it, because it'll alert you whenever those warnings or watches are issued. Download Stormwatch Plus now, and be sure to tell a friend, tell a family member about Stormwatch Plus. Let's switch back to the radar here. So it appears, let me back this up just a touch. So the portion of this storm, at least on the lower levels, that prompted the hail reports is now over Coldwater. This is tough to decide, because it appears that there's a portion of this storm back to the southwest that is confirmed on TMEM that there is another hail core developing on the southwest side. So you can start to see that. Find my mouse here. Oh, come on. I'm jumping 3 screens at once. I don't see how that's possible. There we go. So this core here that isn't showing up here on the right-hand side yet, this core is starting to develop and become stronger. Let's go up a few scans. Yeah, so you can see this this indication here that there's some higher returns aloft. This is from the radar in Millington, and this is showing about 12,000 feet up. So at 12,000 feet, it's showing, well, even higher. This is 15,000 feet up. So 3 miles up, it is showing very healthy returns, 64, 65 decibels at 15,000 feet. So there is a lot of inflow coming into this storm. There is a lot of upward vertical motion which causes the issues as far as hail goes. And that is, let's see where this is. So this is basically right over Tate County landfill, north of Strayhorn, around the Crockett area, and north of Highway 4, right along the, let's see, it's Carlton Road. And it is going to be moving east. Let's see, JJ Ranch Road is in the bullseye for that, as well as VZ Road, Stage Road, basically from Arkabutla down to Highway 4. You could see some pretty significant hail with this storm if it holds together. The cell to the north, where we had the higher returns earlier, has been kind of cut off by this newly developing cell to the southwest of the main storm. So this has become the threat now. And let's see, looking at the weather service. Oh, they are saying they're calling for a cell merger over Arkabutla and Western Tate County. And they're noting another cell behind it in southeast Tunica County. And there is that cell. And that cell is basically from Savage down through Highway 4 and towards Dubs, just west of Sarah. So all this activity is moving to the east. This could affect the cell over basically eastern Tunica County, could affect Highway 4 corridor over in Tate County. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Right now, the heaviest returns right now are aloft, meaning they're not at the surface. They're being lofted up in the air, which is an indication that this cell is growing and the hail size could increase at any moment. Let's see, continues. Here's the 1156. At 11:55, severe thunderstorm was located over Coldwater or near Senatobia, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expect 60 mile per hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. I don't think that that is taking into account this newly formed updraft that is happening basically, let's see, south of Arkabutla, southwest of Coldwater, and northwest of Senatobia. That is going to be another area of concern. They're now saying, or the radar is now showing 1 1/4 inch hail with that. Just smaller than ping pong ball size hail. Let's see. So this is moving east. So if you're between the Coldwater and Senatobia areas, basically along, let's see, Stage Road, Highway 51 between Coldwater and Senatobia, those areas, be prepared for large hail. Weather Service hasn't exactly shown that there's large hail with this. They did say that it was possible 1 1/2 inch hail. But the top of this cell is actually up to 4,700 feet, and it is moving east at around 35 knots, around 40 miles per hour. Let's see, this ended at 53 after. No, it ended at 0. So at this time on the radar, it did show that it was right over the Tate County landfill. It has moved east. That hail core is now bearing down on Coldwater and just south of Coldwater. So if you're in the Coldwater area, be aware that this is moving your way. You probably will see some pretty large hail with this. I don't want to venture a guess to say sizing, but I would say probably ping pong ball size hail. Still able to cause a good bit of damage with this storm. This cell is moving to the east. We're expecting it to continue east, basically over Coldwater, mainly north of Senatobia, and it's going to probably stay south along and south 306 as it crosses 55 at or just south of Coldwater. So if you're between Coldwater and Senatobia, be aware that this is going to cross 51, 55 corridor probably in the next 5-10 minutes at the least, or at the most, rather. Yeah, the latest scan shows right over Coldwater, basically. And then it's at the low levels. We'll continue to, so what I'm doing is going up to the upper levels. Hail core now showing some higher returns at the surface, which means some of that hail is falling. So Coldwater probably going to get some small to moderate size hail. Still could cause damage even with moderate hail. We are continuing to follow this storm as it moves east. Let's zoom out, get an idea. So we do have that one cell moving over Germantown, headed towards Bartlett. Some showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder with that. It is moving to the northeast. Not expected to see any significant issues with that. Do still have the threat for flooding across southern and central Shelby County, as well as far northern DeSoto County. This might exacerbate some additional flooding that's already ongoing, but we're going to say that that's probably not going to cause too much of a ripple in anyone's overnight. There are some additional showers trying to form across eastern Arkansas. Those will continue to move northeast. All this precipitation behind this main line is moving to the northeast. This main line is moving to the east. And we'll put this into motion for you, and let's back out. Yeah, all of this this main line is basically moving east. And what's going to happen with this main line is that all of this, the cells that are on the far western or southwestern side of this will inevitably cut off the inflow to some of the storms out ahead of it. And so the storms on the western or southwestern side of this line will become stronger because they don't have anything blocking their inflow to make them basically to make them if the inflow becomes blocked, then the storms become weaker. It basically cuts off the energy that's needed to fuel the storm. I paused because I do see Weather Service now saying that golf ball size hail was reported in Arkabutla about 15 minutes ago. So about 11:45 or so, they reported golf ball size hail in Arkabutla. We're going to have spotter reports on. I don't see any reports here on the radar itself. Some heavy rain, probably some golf ball size hail possible. Maybe smaller than golf ball size hail in and over Coldwater, and it is going to move along Highway 306 towards Independence. We're going to put the hail indicator back on, hail product rather. And this is this is ending at 7 minutes ago or 7 after. Yeah, this was over, the hail core was basically over, or rather southwest of Coldwater, and by now it is directly over Coldwater, and it's going to continue to move east again along Highway 306 towards Independence. So you could see some strong gusty winds with this, as well as small to moderate size hail. Weather Service saying that could see golf ball size hail, or they did see golf ball size hail in Arkabutla. We are watching another developing cell across far western Tate County, right along Highway 4, where Highway 4 and Highway 3 meet. There are indications that there is a developing cell there that could contain small hail at the moment. Shows a possibility for 1.5-inch hail near Savage, and it is going to be moving along or basically just north of Highway 4. So it's going to head toward the Strayhorn area over the next little bit and Crockett. So probably over the next 15, 20 minutes, it is going to move east along and north of Highway 4 towards Strayhorn and Crockett. So be aware that there is potential for hail, gusty winds, frequent lightning, and again, damaging hail with these storms that continue to move east throughout Tate County. I'm going to zoom out again. So we do see basically all of Fayette County is clear. There is a strong storm moving towards Holly Springs. That storm is basically over Holly Springs now, and it is moving to the east. This storm will move out of Holly Springs probably in the next 15 minutes, and we're going to watch how these storms over Independence behave, but they will likely stay south of Holly Springs as they are basically moving east. That hail core that was over Arcabutla and over Coldwater is starting to move east of Coldwater now. And let me look at another product here. So Weather Service has trimmed back a few counties in far far western Tennessee. So Decatur, Chester, Madison, Henderson, and then Phillips County, Arkansas have been removed from the tornado watch.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it affects North Mississippi.
Yeah, it looks like North Mississippi is still in effect until 5 a.m.
Let's, if you would, let's take a pause just for a minute. We'll be right back with you here in just a minute.
Okay. Give me just a second. I will make that happen.
All right, am I on? Am I live, Richard?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. All right, we're gonna pick up. Keep an eye on this Tate County storm for a little bit longer here. This warning is going to expire at 12:30, and we have been at this for 4.5 hours at this point. So we are going to watch this warning until 12:30, and then just fair notice to those who are still lingering with us, which we greatly appreciate. We still see you out there. There's a handful of folks still listening, and we know that we do cover this section of Tate County. So we'll stick with you till the end of this warning, and then we're going to need to sign off for this evening. But so let's dive back in and take a look at what we've got. The only severe threat now remains in Tate County and headed towards far southern Marshall County. As Richard has mentioned, there's a few little showers and isolated thunderstorms that will be popping up across the rest of the metro on and off during the evening hour or the overnight hours, but are not expected to pose any threats. So as we're looking at this Tate County storm, it is mostly a hail threat. Those hail signatures have come down just a little bit here in the last 10 minutes or so. And the Weather Service is indicating that warning will stay in effect until 12:30 for Tate County and a very small sliver of southern DeSoto County, well south of Hernando, basically right down on the Tate County line. So the hail cores are just east of Savage and north of Senatobia, between Senatobia and Coldwater. That would be along the 51 and I-55 corridor between Coldwater and Senatobia. These are moving to the east and will continue to drift off to the east at about 20 miles per hour over the next little while. Still have enough instability out there to keep these storms going with that hail production. I don't believe that we've got significant wind threats associated with these. It does say potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's take a quick look back at the velocity signature. It looks fairly benign down there. Let me change radars and get something a little bit closer and see if that helps. Yeah, there's not much in the way of a wind signature. It doesn't appear down on those storms, but we do still have that hail threat, and so we'll switch back over to that again. So storms moving to the east at 35 miles per hour and continuing across Tate County. Southern Marshall County also has a decent storm going on. This is areas mainly south and west and to the east of Holly Springs. Moving to the east. So Holly Springs is pretty much in the clear from these. They'll still get some rain, a little bit of thunder and lightning. But this, what looks to be a fairly large storm here in southwest Marshall County, has very little of a hail signature on it. Actually, there looks to be a decent hail signature over Holly Springs, but that storm appears to have moved off to the east. So this is this particular scan of the radar is just running a bit behind. So that would actually fall underneath the storm that's off east of Holly Springs at this point. So I expect the same is happening with these hail cores here, probably a little bit behind. So they've probably shifted to the east from the locations that are being shown here. We can probably actually switch to this radar and see if it's a little better. Yeah, so right between the Coldwater and Senatobia areas, a little bit over towards Independence is where we're seeing the best chance of hail with these storms. Is those hail cores have shifted a little east from where I saw on the other radar. So still Coldwater, Senatobia areas, you're going to want to keep an eye out. Don't be outside or at the windows looking out trying to see if it's hailing in the dark. You'll be able to hear it. Just stay away from those windows in case a couple of larger hailstones come down in those particular storms. But these will be shifting off to the east here over the next 20, 30 minutes or so. Got about 7 minutes left on that warning. And I don't see, I'm just checking to see if there's any other reports that have come in. not seeing too much. We do have this golf ball size hail report that was from about 40 minutes ago when that storm was back over closer to Arkabutla. But that's moved east now along the I-55 corridor right down through the middle of Tate County. Very heavy rain through there. Probably not too many people driving through there at this point, but pretty torrential rain coming down across that area where the hail core is as well. So it's seen a lot tonight as these storms have moved through and kind of getting down towards the end of it here as we see these storms moving out of the southern part of our coverage area. For those that are still listening down there, we do appreciate that you've stuck with us this long, and maybe you weren't joining when they were first getting into Tipton County 4 hours ago. But we do see a few of you out there tonight. So certainly thank you for that. And we'll stick with you here until this warning expires here in another 5 minutes. If you are down there and listening, be glad to hear from you on our YouTube chat session. See Zed's Place is still hanging out up here with us. Appreciate the nice comment there. And you're in Tracy City. I'm not sure that I'm exactly familiar with where that is in particular. How can I look that up? Tracy City. Oh, wow. If you're in Tracy City, you are over in the area where my daughter is, over in the Chattanooga area, a little bit to the west of there, up towards Montego. So thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate that. And we're going to be wrapping this up shortly as we watch this last storm kind of slide on off to the east in Tate County and get to the east of I-55 and headed into a little less populated areas, headed over towards Marshall County there. Let's go back to the other radar one more time and see how this looks here. Timestamps a little bit better. It's still showing that hail core kind of hanging back there west of Coldwater and Senatobia, and that would be just to the west of I-55. It looks like that storm's about crossing I-55 now. So another 5 or 10 minutes and that will be clear of there and won't be a problem for us anymore in that particular area. So, yep, cool. Glad that you joined the chat there, Zed.
Still no indication from the Weather Service on trimming back the watch yet, but they did say just now that they're going to let this tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning for Tate and DeSoto County expire at 12:30.
Excellent. Good news. So that means the storm continues to wane a little bit. They'll certainly are going to be up all night with multiple shifts of people that go through there. We'll be watching around the clock, of course. And they'll keep an eye on it in case anything were to redevelop in that area or to get a little bit stronger. But it does look like over the last few scans here that the storm is certainly not getting any stronger. It is probably losing a little bit of its punch as we get later into the night. The heating has definitely gone away from the day. And so we're looking at, it's even down in down Batesville down there, it's down to 68 degrees, which is a whole heck of a lot cooler than it was earlier today when it was in the low 80s, I think. So storms have lost a lot of their punch as they go into the nighttime hours here. Any closing comments you might have, Richard, before we sign off?
So we do still have the tornado watch for basically all of northern Mississippi. It is in effect until 5 a.m., but we are expecting that the watch will be trimmed as these storms move out of the area. But no indication yet on when they're doing that. There are some fairly strong storms off to our east, head towards the Corinth area, Tennessee Valley area, that they are trying to pay a little more attention to. Not as concerned about canceling a watch earlier, but more concerned with safety of life as severe storms move into the Tennessee Valley area. And yeah, if you've got the option to, and you want to stay in the know with all the severe weather alerts, you can download Stormwatch Plus. Subscribe to the Stormwatch Plus alerts. The app is free. The alerts, you get up to 5 locations plus en route that follows you from wherever you're going, and it will alert you with wake me up alerts for severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings. All the other alerts use your default notification tone, but wake me up, those critical alerts for severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings with Stormwatch Plus alerts. Yearly subscription is $9.99 per year. Monthly subscription is $109 per month. So you get to save a little bit if you go yearly. And it's a local product. Eric and myself own Stormwatch Plus, and got some great developers that help us get it to where we are. And we would appreciate you to download it, give it a try, and let us know what you think. It's not just Memphis area, it's nationwide. So wherever you want to go across the nation, it will follow you, and you can put in alerts for your house, your sister's house, your grandma, your aunt, whoever, and you can constantly monitor those and let them know when severe weather strikes that you've got the answers with Stormwatch Plus Alert. And it looks like that warning has been allowed to expire.
Yep, the warning is no longer there. So again, appreciate everybody who's joined us throughout the evening here. Thank you very much. We certainly appreciate that. And you can always drop a little bucket, a little coin in the bucket if you want on Patreon as well, as a way to help us keep the streams going and so forth. But everyone needs to stay safe tonight. We've got a couple of good days ahead of us, and then we'll be talking about what's coming up here on Wednesday as we head into the next 24 hours. So with that, I'm Eric. For Richard, Lori, Gracie, and Reagan, who are all on tonight, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you again soon. Be safe.